Happy Monday, everybody. It is Monday, December 5th, 2022. And we are back after our long day yesterday. Here we are again. We've plenty to talk about, as always. It's so great to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for joining me again this Monday morning. And hello. How is everybody today? Good to see you this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are. Thank you for joining me. Look at all these meatballs coming on in and jumping the sauce with me. Welcome. Good to see you guys. We will be joined by the beautiful Miss Lisa Bevins today as my co-host. Thank you all for being here. Let's see who we got here this morning, afternoon, evening, or tonight, depending again on where you're at. Okay. Lance, the Wolf Nation's in the house. Good to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. So great to have you here, my dear. Welcome, Ricky. It's so great to see you. Pacific Breezy. Welcome. It is 1:17 p.m. here right now. 9:21 a.m. on the West Coast, everybody. Welcome again, Miss Donna Bayhurst. So great to have you here. Sherry, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me today. Let's see. S. Dixon. Looks like Mama Bear. Maybe. I think. If not, somebody new. Good to have you either way. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ricky, you're so fine. You're blowing my hair, Ricky. No, I'm just kidding. It goes with it, guys. I'm goofy. Let me see. Okay, so it is Mama Bear. Strike first, my brother. Good to see ya. I'm gonna explain something to you guys too as soon as I finish this up. I don't know why this happens. All right, I think that's everybody. Nope, Chrissy. Welcome, Chrissy. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. There is Crimes Under Investigation. She shall be here in a moment. Let me post the link for her. That way she could just click on it and jump right in when she's ready. There you go, Lisa. You're all set, hon, whenever you're ready. Well, thank you, Meatballs, for joining us today. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Glad to have you here. So here's what happened. Oh, wait. I can't find the info. Kylie. Wait a minute. I can't find info on. I've been looking too, Breezy. I can't find it either. I can't remember where the hell we got that from. We're gonna talk about that again. Of course we are. There's more to it. As I said last night when I went off of here at midnight, my time, that I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and there's gonna be new stuff. There's new stuff. So, and just so you guys know, I hate when you guys have to get left in here like to wait for me. I had to take my grandson back to Case Western in Cleveland. Oh, I'm so sorry, Donna. I hope everything is okay. You're right near me. Well, what's going on with him? Good Lord. I'll help you find it, Breezy. We're going to keep looking for it till we find it. So either way. Don, I'm so sorry to hear that. And real quick, though, just so you guys know, I don't leave you guys in here on purpose like that. Typically what happens, okay, I'll set up my StreamYard because I'm going to go live. And it's not supposed to do anything without me approving it or like giving you guys the. But what happens is because I link it to YouTube immediately, it automatically goes out over YouTube or something and says the day goes live. Go check him out. And I'm sitting in here setting up everything and like waiting for my copy to get done and this and that and stuff like that. And it just, you guys are in here looking for me because it's telling you guys that I'm in here and it's not the truth. So I'm so sorry that has happened, guys. It's happened more than once too. And I apologize for that. I would never purposely leave you guys hanging like that. So, please accept my apology. These things have a mind of their own sometimes. And I'm still kind of learning the ins and outs of it a little bit, unfortunately. But again, my apologies to you guys. I really don't like leaving you guys hanging like that. So, but thank you for being here. As always, I am super grateful to see you guys. Super happy to see you all. If you bear with me a moment so I can get all my other notifications sent out. Somebody had just asked me to send one. Okay, but I already talked to that person. I'm going to let the girls know. 1 second. Welcome, Jen. But yeah, Lisa's supposed to be coming in here soon. Poor Miss Heather's sick now, too. So sick of this struggling crap. No. Let's see here. Trying to send whatever people I can notifications that may not be getting them. Yes and no, Jen. I need to go get more medication for my decongestant stuff, but I ran through the whole thing, but it is what it is. I'm working on it. I'm kind of feeling better, but at the same time, not completely. Thank you for asking, though. I appreciate that. There she is. What's up, Schmooby? No worries, my dear. Take your time. We'll be here waiting for you, my dear. Yeah, I think we're gonna go over that, Sherry. I wondered what you were talking about last night. I didn't even know about it. I got some of that stuff downloaded. We're gonna check out. Yep. While we're waiting on people, guys, I want to mention something. As a lot of you guys know, I've been in the background, still kind of what's the digging on the Kylie Rodney case. I'm just not coming out here with anything because I was not acceptable of the end result. Okay, and there was a group of us that Squirrel Girl, Kevin Neese, CCTV, that are just not. We're not happy with the final, the end result of that case. So we've all kind of just stuck to it, right? And they've been putting things out here and there and doing a lot of digging. We've all kind of been doing our own. Well, there's also, and I'm telling you guys this for a reason. There's also been a guy that's going by the name of Back YouTube Jeff or Back Jeff YouTube or something weird like that. Okay, and he's been doing it too per se. Well, I been watching some of his stuff on and off. I watched Kevin's and Squirrel Girl, CC's Squirrel on Fire, stuff like that. Well, I've been watching his stuff and I've been real leery about it, you guys, from the beginning. And I'm not going to say anything. Okay, good, Molly, because neither do I. So we've all been doing our thing, and then he starts putting his stuff out too, and he's been contacting back and forth with CC and Squirrel and all of them. And I keep in contact with Squirrel. We work together. She does stuff, I do stuff, so on and so forth. But we have the same goal. We're still wanting to prove what's going on with Kylie and the corruption and stuff like that. Well, sus is not the word, Molly. This guy put something out last night. I watched it last night when I got done with my live stream for a few minutes. It's all CCTV and Squirrel Girl's information, and he's claiming that he got a private investigator and has, you know, people paying for this private investigator, and the stuff that he's saying that the PI is getting is stuff that's coming from Squirrel Girl and CCTV, and he's lying to his subscribers basically. That ain't cool, in my opinion. And then he turns around because they won't give him. He tried saying he had proof. You guys remember back a while back, and I had showed you where they were saying Nick, the AAA driver, you know, wasn't lying, and so on and so forth, and all this. Well, he put out that he has proof of all this, right? That he got it from his private detective. Yeah, no, the proof that he got came from CCTV. And then he turns around and he starts cussing them out, and he called Squirrel Girl a bitch and told her to F off and this and that and all sorts of things. I'm like, whoa, you don't talk to people like that, you know? That's not right at all, especially with somebody like those two. They're very sweet people. They have very good they're great people, okay? You don't need to talk, especially not to a woman. You don't talk to a woman that way. I'm sorry. And it just pissed me off. So Kevin did a video last night or this morning calling him out, saying, you know, basically he's lying, guys. He's telling lies. He's downing these ladies. Like, you don't do that kind of shit. That's not what this is all about. The goal is to find justice, real justice, in the Kylie Rodney case. That's all. That's why I'm doing it on the side and background, and everybody else is doing their thing that way. This dude is trying to make a whole thing out of it, and like I said, he's ripping off his subscribers, telling them that, you know, that they're paying for a private detective that's getting this info, that the info is coming from somebody else that's already putting it out. You know, that's bullshit. Kevin got pissed off about it too and posted it all up and said, dude, you're lying. Either show your receipts or stop lying. And it's just wrong. You know, these ladies have put in a lot of work, a whole lot of work, and put themselves in danger in some senses. Cece drove up to the AAA place into the parking lot to prove that these trucks have cameras. Okay? Because they were trying to say that you know, that there was no videotape of the whole thing that happened on the Saturday with the AAA guy, Nick, and all that. They've been working, guys, not kidding. She goes in there and does this and everything. He says his PI did this, and it's a bold-faced lie. You could see the hood of her Jeep as she's taking pictures and stuff. So, yeah, I'm not happy with this guy. If any of you guys watch him, you know, I'm just letting you know, he's scamming like crazy. And he's lying, guys. He's using somebody else. And here's the thing. Neither one of those girls have any problem with you using their stuff because they want it put out there. But don't come out claiming that your stuff that you're using. At least give them what they deserve, and try to make some kind of a profit off of it or something like that. And it's ignorant. They both have receipts, Sherry. Squirrel Girl, CCTV, they all come with receipts. Kevin does too. This dude does not. So, you know, I back all of them. I back Kevin. What's up, Trolling? Good to see you. I back Kevin. I back Squirrel. You guys know that. I love Squirrel to death. She's like a sister to me. I back CCTV, all of that. This dude, no. And I had a feeling from the beginning something was off about him. And that's Cece said she didn't trust him either, which is why she did not turn over certain information to him. He was trying to get personal information about Nick, which Squirrel Girl had said that she was not going to relinquish because she promised Nick that she wouldn't do that. He was already worried enough in his situation, considering what's been going on. So, you know, if you can't get that info yourself, then don't claim that you got it. And he got upset, mad, and went off and said that they're doing this to him and they're doing that to him. They're doing nothing. He's doing this to himself. And I don't like the way he's acting. I don't like the way he's talking to them and treating them. It's wrong and it's ignorant. They don't deserve it because they put a lot of hard work in. They both have beautiful souls. beautiful hearts because of what they want. They want the real justice for this case, just like the rest of us do that we're into it. And which is why I've been supporting it. Same with Kevin Neese. So this Jeff YouTube back, whatever the hell his name is, doesn't even make any sense. Back YouTube Jeff or whatever. It just sounds dumb. He's trouble, guys. So just be careful if you're watching or following him or whatever. Just watch. Be careful. Sorry. But anyway, come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. I do need to share this out. Sorry, guys. Yes, Molly, I'm okay. I am quite okay, well, as okay as I can be. Okay. You don't waste your time. Don't waste your time, Sherry. It's not worth it. Everything he's put out is lies. So he's just being highly ignorant and making threats towards these ladies and this and that and everything else. Don't be doing that stuff, bro. That's not how you act out here. And see, we were just talking about how nice and quiet and calm I am. I told you, a lot of you guys know one thing that really bugs me is disrespecting a woman. Don't do it, brother, because you'll see a bad side of me, and you don't want to see that side of me. I'm telling you right now. Especially when there's nothing that justifies what he's saying to them. He's just mad because things aren't going his way, so this is what he's going to do. It's very juvenile, immature, and ignorant, and I'm not going to watch that happen. Now, neither one of them need protected, per se, to come off that way. They're both very strong, independent ladies. They don't need that. It's just something inside me that I'm not going to watch it happen. I will not, neither would Kevin. I'm not going to watch it happen. You're not going to do that in front of real people that know what you're doing and get away with it. It's just not going to happen, bro. Sorry to say. And take that for whatever you want. It is exactly what I just said it is. And that is one thing that sets me off quick. Okay, let me share this, guys. See if we can get a few more people to stop by. Miss Lisa should be here soon. As soon as Molly. Squirrel. Oh God, what is his name again? Back YouTube Jeff or YouTube Jeff Back or something like that. It's a weird name. It doesn't make sense the way it's written out. That's who I was talking about, hon. He builds up this whole thing when he goes to explain. First of all, his videos are clickbaity, really clickbaity. Okay, what's up, Satin? Thanks for joining us today, hon, and welcome, Squirrel. By the way, he's very clickbaity, and then he'll get you in there to watch a video, and he'll keep going at this and build this huge thing up, and then he gives you info that somebody already put out. Okay, and he talks about this. And it's not info that he got himself, and he's claiming that he's paying a private detective to do this, like $3,500 or some shit. And he's not. He's just taking the info from Squirrel Girl, CCTV, and whatnot. So I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Welcome, Lisa. Are you there?
Hello, everybody. There you go. I'm not muted now. How are we all, beautiful people? Sorry for running late. Grandson issues.
No apologies needed, my dear.
All good. How are we all? And yes, I could hear what you were saying.
Long time no see, everybody. Seems like it's been forever, right? Yeah, right.
Hello, Molly, darling.
Just saw you guys a couple hours ago.
Yes.
After our long day.
Well, Sherry, Breezy. Oh, wondered why I was hearing two of you. Oh God, I'm losing the plot.
I was going to tell you got an echo going in the background.
Yeah, I'm losing the plot because I clicked on the wrong thing and started this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. It's bad enough with just one of us, let alone four of us.
Right. Yeah, handle that one, guys. There's two of me and two of her. How about that?
That's haunting. Oh my God.
Yes, I've seen that squirrel. It's kind of irritating, isn't it? It gets very irritating.
Screw, I haven't seen you for a long time. The name that I can never say properly. I crucify it every time.
Squirrel sandwich.
I know my daughter has been giving me lessons, slowing it down and say it like this, Mum. Don't talk to me, go away. Doesn't matter how slow I say it, just go away. So I'm just going to call her Sandwich because I don't want to crucify her name.
I call her Squirrel or Squirrely or it.
Okay. Fine for people that can say that word.
I get it. I get it.
Rub it in.
It's all good.
Oh, there. No, you can't see him. You can just see his head. If I just tilt. Sorry, guys. I got my grandson in my bed.
Oh, don't worry about that. I mean, unless you don't want him to see, we don't mind, but
he loves his nan. He'll crawl into my bed whenever he can. And then wants to sit up. Do you know what he did? Like, honest, he's 6 years old and he's so far ahead. So he climbs into my bed and the hour special with Nate Eaton come on about the
Brian.
fall.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that.
Yeah, bro. So I went to change it and he
Mhm.
goes, "No, leave it there, Nan." Oh, how did the killer get in? He goes, "I could catch him. I could go there and dig a hole outside the door and cover it in moss. So when he walks in, he'll fall in the hole. God bless his little heart."
He's setting traps ahead. That's good. That's great. You know, I laughed because my granddaughter, she's 6 and she's very advanced. This is hilarious. She's sitting on the couch, and I always, or she walks in the house. I'm sorry, I was sitting on the couch, and I'm always watching my stuff, catching up with everything. She walks in, takes her coat off. One's walks over, gives me my hugs and all that stuff, and then she stands there. And I'm still watching what was going on, and I'm figuring usually she'll walk away, I'm thinking, but she's not interested. And she's standing there, and I wasn't even paying attention, and it was a good 15 minutes. And she goes, "Papa," and I was like, "Oh, you're still here?" And I said, "What, honey?" She goes, "Where did the dog go?" And I went, "Oh no." I said, the dog ran outside, honey. But why? Why didn't he bite the guy? And I'm going, "Oh, Jesus, please, no." So
they are just so smart.
When she thought about it, when she said, "Why didn't the dog bite him?" And I'm thinking, why didn't the dog bite him? But the dog must have been outside already and
Not
didn't see him do what he
necessarily.
did. Because I would think if you'd attacked Kaylee, that was her dog, maybe the dog would have attacked him. You know what I mean?
That's what makes me think they let the dog out first.
Right.
I think the dog was so used to people coming and going that it was just one of them dogs that
really knows him, possibly.
That didn't really worry about people coming and going. Unlike my little dog would yap, yap, yap if she doesn't know you. Even if you drive up my driveway, she doesn't know the car, she'll yap, yap, yap.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do know dogs that are so used to people coming and going that they do not bark, they don't make a sound, they just wag their tail and walk past the person. So, but then, like as you said, being attacked is under a whole different circumstance. That's what makes me think the dog was let out.
Well,
before
or with the turn of events that we had, last night, then like Kat was just saying, I hope you got your notification, Kat, that maybe he knew the person very well. and was maybe be I can't even say maybe now. Maybe maybe has been disciplined by the person that was there to the point where the dog has a fear of that person. You see what I'm
Could be a
saying?
great possibility. Or the person knew the dog really well. Hi,
That's
CC. Hi,
it. Welcome,
Donna.
the sweetest lady on the
Hi,
internet.
Molly. I'm sure I was talking to you earlier, Molly. Just
Izzy's in
joking.
the house. Reese's here. Thank you all
Easy.
for joining us. Cat K, it's good to have you. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are again. So
That's
yeah,
what I said,
um,
Molly. If the dog knew the person, that's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I do really believe, in my opinion, and it's not fact people, since people now want to report people having opinions, for God's sakes, or
I have a new,
theories, not fact, just my opinion. I believe the person knew this house and these people.
name on my list now too. By the way, his name is John.
April. Sorry.
Hello,
Yep.
April. His name is John Jack Showalter.
John Jack Showalter. Never heard of him.
Does everybody remember when the girls were standing at the food truck and they showed
Yes.
the video, the Twitch video is playing, and they show, yes, Molly. I know Molly knows. Molly's right where I'm at with everything. When Kaylee is standing there with her phone I probably have to turn my camera on so you can see this. She's standing at the food truck and she's going like this with her phone up high.
Yes.
She's taking pictures of him, the Jack Showalter. Okay,
Is that what you think?
that's what was said. That's what she was doing. They believe so. This guy is a very avid hunter.
Mm.
His family is very well to do. There's doctors in his family, and they believe that he may have been adopted. There's a large family, a lot of siblings. And the night that this happened, for whatever reason, he left, supposedly, quote unquote. Yeah, she was telling him off too, Donna, for whatever reason. Again, almost gives me the incel type, not completely, but incel type feeling with this scenario. He was in the bar that night that they were in.
Yeah, I
And
know that. And he walked back there with them, saying that he was making sure they got home safely.
well, then for whatever else happened, this gentleman decided at 2 a.m. they said to go drive 500 miles to his parents' house in Boise that night. Yes. And
Really?
then supposedly now he's in Africa with his parents.
Oh, that's a bit.
It's a little suspicious to me. He's not the ex, Sherry. No. This is another
Yeah.
Jack. John Jack.
Well, see, when I was looking at that video, right, of them at that truck, grub truck, when she was taking the photos, as I said, I do photography.
Right.
The angle of that, although I probably went over it 4 times, and I will now scrutinize it. Now that you've said that, watching the angle she had that camera on, and I know twice it was angled at her.
Yeah,
so I know she definitely took photos of her. But yes, now I'll look at that. Actually, thank you for that. I'll go over
absolutely.
it.
I told you I look at all things.
No, I did
guys,
too. But like I said, I went through the first 2, and she's definitely angled at herself. And that she wasn't kind of stable either, I might add. Not that she's in the wrong, by the way, that people want to hit at them because they were drinking and all the rest of it. People want to grow up. That's what college kids do. And they were both of age. So stop it, people. Just want to put that out there. Just stop it. Stop victimizing the victims.
Yeah, no lie.
God, think back to when you were young. How many times were you under the influence happily walking home, minding your own business. Like, it's just ridiculous. People forget.
It is. It is. What photo did you send me, Molly? He was. There was no mention of him leaving for Thanksgiving, but he just decided that night at 2 a.m. to drive 500 miles, supposedly, quote unquote, at 2 a.m. Nobody knows for sure what time, but to go to Boise, and then decided to go because his parents do like, what is that people do with churches where there's a word for it. I know it. I just slipped in my mind right now. But they'll go to other countries and they do like ministry work.
Missionary work.
Thank you. And now supposedly he's in Africa with his family right now.
Yeah, that's really odd, is it not?
Very suspicious to me. I'm sorry, but yeah. So
how did they clear him so quickly?
Well, we're going to talk about that because they cleared a whole lot of people very quickly. The family's not happy about it, and they didn't.
Which I don't believe they're cleared. I think they're just saying that to take heat off of certain people, to be honest.
Yeah, well.
And so that the likes of YouTubers and social media people don't harass them.
Right. This photo, Molly just sent me this photo.
God love you, Molly.
And this is connected to Mr. Showalter himself. You guys tell me what you see.
Oh.
The knife that I described to you is exactly the same thing.
Oh.
Okay. So again, he is a hunter. He has I've seen pictures of him holding a deer that he killed. And I'm pretty sure that this picture right here is him gutting a deer after he shot one, hunted one, you know. He knows how to use that kind of a knife very well.
I know, but who in their right mind takes photos of that? The mess behind. Sorry, but not a trophy to me. In fact,
it's a hunting. But why are you?
A horrible feeling off of that. But
right?
Don't you usually take a photo of what you've caught?
Yes. Yes.
Not the mess, the after mess, without the prey in there. Or, I mean, I don't think anybody's tough to kill a defenseless animal, but that's just me.
Look at Tony's question. Can you comment on rumors floating around that cast might be out of the country? I just did, my friend.
He just did, Tony. Hello, Tony, sweetheart.
I know Tony's great.
Hi, Lance, darling.
I looked around,
Christy. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay. I looked around trying to find proof. I can't find any proof, but I've been told that he's in Africa with his parents right now.
That's awfully off. Jen, darling.
Yeah,
that's off. I'm not a hunter, guys, so you can all crucify me if you like.
No.
I just usually every photo I see of hunters, it's usually what they've caught, even after they've dressed it all and everything, is what they show off, not the mess.
You don't show the knife either. That's a little weird.
Yeah.
It just doesn't fit for me. I'm sorry to say, but it doesn't.
Okay, Molly. If you can, that would be great, love. You're such a sweetheart. You work so hard.
Yes, she does. I am so grateful for her.
No, that's right, Sandwich. See, I wasn't going to even attempt to crucify your name then, hun.
Yeah.
Please don't think I'm doing it intentionally, because I'm not.
It is a very odd
darling, I don't believe you could hurt a fly, love. And I have to say this, in me saying about hunters, I have put a horse down before because we were up in the high mountains. It wasn't my horse. Up in the high mountains, bringing down wild bulls and steers and everything. And if you don't know how to quick turn your horse and that, the steers double back and they will put their horns through the chest of the horse or through the side of the horse and attack them. And this newbie guy was with us, and we were bringing the wild cattle down, and this steer just spun around and put the horn straight through the horse's chest. And as soon as the steer pulled the horn out, you could imagine what was taking place. And this guy kicking this horse to go, and the horse is going down because it's losing that much blood. Had I left it to just pass on its own, it would have taken it a good 20 minutes, half an hour. I will not see an animal suffer. So I grabbed a thing and put it out of its misery for the sake of the horse, because there was no vet that could get there before that horse passed or anything. And none of the guys would do it. So, yes, in saying that, I will put an animal down that is suffering, not a problem.
Right.
But
and that's normal.
Out and hunt. I'm not a big meat eater anyway.
That's a normal thing to do, Breezy, just so you know. 100%. Like that kind of stuff I can see. That makes perfect sense. But this other thing, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Christy. That's what I thought. I thought it was all about what they got and the size of it. That's usually their pride. That's usually their photo point.
You don't see hunters taking pictures of their guns or their bow and arrow. You see them taking pictures of what they got with those things. You know, that's what this doesn't make sense to me. And he didn't use that knife to kill the animal. He used the knife to gut the animal after he killed the animal. So that's what's weird to me. Maybe he was taking pictures of what was there and never moved the knife, but still, like, that's just odd.
It's weird. To me, it's weird, but I'm not. Sandwich, your entire family's a hunter.
Yeah.
Is that what they usually do? Take photos of what the animal they've caught, not the aftermath without the animal in it? I am very novice at this, and I am genuinely asking.
Tony, I have been alarmed.
I like the way he calls you Chief Detective.
I know, it's fun. I think it's funny too.
God love you, Tony.
I have been alarmed at that, Tony, from like the first time I saw it. And I just, like I said, just because I'm not talking about something doesn't mean it's not on my list or on the table, because nothing has come off the table for me. So forget about it.
Thank you, both of you. Thanks, Sandwich. Thanks, Izzy. Like I said, I am novice. I'm not a hunter, so I'm not going to even pretend to know that I know what hunters do and all the rest of it. But every photo I've seen has always had their animal in the photo.
Yeah, I've never seen
prior to being dressed or after being dressed. So
you don't show the guts.
I've
never seen anybody show the guts or what they use to clean that. That's just weird. I'll even have. Oh, I'm sorry, Donna. Hold on one second, hon. I didn't see you said that once. I thought somebody put it in. My apologies. Here.
I have seen photos of them while dressing with bits out of them, but the animal's still there.
Right.
Not a photo of the animal being removed and just the mess. Hey, T.
You're right, Squirrel. That's exactly what I'm saying, hon. That was pretty much the main focus of that picture. There's the knife. There's some of the guts. This is what I did. That's not how that works. Welcome, T. It's good to see you back. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Squirrel, you just backed up what I was just saying. Thanks, love.
Squirrel has her wisdom. I enjoy when she speaks because she always says something wise. So there is that. Okay, I think we're gonna wait. I guess we're probably almost full at this point. Then.
Can I just ask something just for a sec, please, Joe? Molly, did that help at all? Did that help at all? Because I'm okay to continue with that too, by the way, love. if you kind of get the gist of what I was saying to you, I'm a bit concerned there. You're very welcome, hun.
Well, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I'm happy to continue on, love, because I have a few concerns, especially considering age. But anyway, moving right along now.
Well, Tony, being that right before you came in, I had spoke on that, and I don't believe he went to a family cabin. What I heard and what I understand is that he drove 500 miles to Boise to his family home, and then in turn left to go to Africa with them on a missionary trip over the holiday time. I don't know if that's true because I looked and I cannot find actual proof. Of course, how would we find that? But
well, see, if they're saying these happened between 3 and 4,
and yeah, and they said that
and they're saying he left at 2, I want to know how they can 100% say that he left at 2.
That's what I was trying to find proof on, and I can't. So,
unless he has a car that has a computer in it.
Yeah, and Squirrel, I'm on that with you too, hun. Exactly with what you're saying. I think that the trip was planned with his parents, and from what I understood, he doesn't always do these things. Okay, it's something that he just chose to do for whatever reason this time. His parents have done multiple trips like this that he didn't go on. For whatever reason, he chose to go on this one this time. It just seems very convenient to me.
It seems odd that you would be out and all of a sudden go, yeah, I'm going to jump in the car and go on a trip when you're out at a club and that night. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm spur of the moment. There was nothing for me to jump in the car and travel up to Queensland, which is, over 2,000 Ks away at spur of the moment. But
yeah, and after drinking at a club that night, and then you just jump in a car and go to Boise 500 miles away, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, never. That's what I mean. He was out. He was at that club with them. Well, not with them, but where they were.
Okay, 290, Molly. Sorry. Still, that's a lot of miles to drive.
Yeah.
Morning.
Especially after, because we don't know if he was drinking or anything, considering he was walking home.
That's what we're talking about, Christy. That's what we're talking about, hun.
It could have been planned.
That has been confirmed, Tony, that he was kicked out of his fraternity permanently.
Really?
Yes. And he was also told to leave the corner club that night. That's true, too.
Wow, really?
Yes. And that...
Why would they tell him to leave if he was... Because did he look drunk to you? Because he didn't look drunk to me on that.
From what I understand, he was causing a scene in that group of people that was included with Kaylee and Maddie. Sorry.
Really?
Yes.
And
that's
that
what
wasn't
I meant, 5-hour drive. Sorry, Molly. When I was saying 500 miles, I meant 5-hour drive. So my apologies.
That wasn't alcohol fueled because he did not look like the girls you could see had consumed more alcohol than him.
Well, somebody made a comment.
And once again, everybody, I am not victimizing the girls. They're entitled to drink and they should be allowed to drink. They weren't falling down drunk. So I just want to keep saying that. Leave them alone.
Yeah.
But for him, he was standing there pretty well, and that other guy said he was talking pretty well.
And this is the reason why he was kicked out of the club. He was bothering women. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Specific women.
See, I haven't heard all this.
Yeah, Kaylee supposedly kind of let him have it because of it. Okay, which is why she took the pictures of him, supposedly.
Oh,
Jack,
now it's making sense.
Don Jack is not the ex Jack, but that's part of the thing. And some of this is rumor, guys, so don't take it all to heart, okay? That because Kaylee and her Jack were broke up, that he was trying to kind of put forth the effort to entertain her in a sense.
Yep.
And that's why she blew him off, because she was still into her boyfriend, supposedly. And these are good reasons, guys, if you know what I'm saying. Welcome, Deanna.
And that would explain why they ran to that car, because they hoofed it to that car. Like that car, I know I said that when I first saw the video, and they said, that whoever was driving the car said, hurry up. The way them girls ran to that car, that was their savior.
Well, listen for a second to something I figured out last night. I may have figured out, in my mind at least. Xana's mother made a comment that the 5-hour period of time where they left the frat house and went somewhere else.
Yep.
She said that she thinks they may have gone to a bar.
Yep.
The car that pulled up to pick them up, somebody had mentioned that they thought that was Ethan.
Ethan, yeah.
And that him and Xana, after thinking about this, I'm thinking maybe him and Xana were in the bar with them.
Oh.
And just went to pick the car up to drive around to pick the girls up to all of them to go home.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That would make sense, actually.
I'm not saying it's a fact, guys. This is just speculation. So I don't know. It may be wrong. So, and again, like Molly's saying right now, he didn't try to cover his face till he got to the food truck, realized that there was a video being filmed,
and stood right back and made sure that hood went up over him. That's the first thing I noticed too.
Put his hat around, pulled his hood up and everything. Yes.
Yeah. I did notice that myself.
It wasn't that it was like, because nobody else was dressed like they were froze to death. Kids had the jackets open, and a couple people were in shorts, and you know what I mean? So,
but even the way he was standing back, and no, I don't want to victimize an innocent person.
He was
staying right back away from them cameras in the background all the time.
Exactly. That's what
even when he walked across as far back from that food truck as possible.
Right. Now, all of that being said, when he took off walking after they got in the car, he took off. He was walking at a quick pace, like he was headed somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Not to say he was. He could have just been leaving, but who knows? Okay. And a lot of hunters have a tendency to keep their bibs, their hunting gear, their knives, in their trunks of their cars and stuff or in their vehicles, period. You know what I mean? So these things could have been accessible. And there's an interview we're going to watch. I'm sure you guys have seen it. If not, good. But if you did, then I'm sorry. I'm going to pick it apart a little bit for you guys. You're right, Sherry. That's why I said I don't know how true it is, but I'm just giving out some things that I've heard. That's all. He seemed like he was pissed when he walked away. I agree, Molly. He really did. Excuse the phrasing, but
he did to me too, because he kind of walked towards the car where they went and then veered back over towards the shops.
Like he had a strut going until he was irritated. Yeah.
But he did it very quickly, because that guy was the bigger guy that was talking to him was actually still talking to him, if you look at it, and he turns and that guy takes off. Jack
right,
takes off.
Well, the family has made notice that a lot of people were cleared, and they're not comfortable with that early. And that, again, the way these guys talk, the father, the dog, the sister, they kind of talk without telling us what they're saying, if you know what I'm saying. They kind of talk cryptically, and they allow people to know that they're not happy about certain things, Who
are you talking about? Sherry thinks NASA can track the killer.
They're talking about
the satellite photos you're talking about.
Yeah.
I wouldn't knock that, because that's how they tracked the girl that went missing here.
Well, that's how they found some info on Summer Wells too.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily NASA, but it is satellite.
No, it's satellite. Yeah, it's satellite photos and videos.
Right, Donna. Maddie was telling him off at the food truck too. This is what I'm saying, guys. It's something that I think was overlooked and was pushed aside too quickly, very
Mm.
possibly. And now we're at this point. Okay. So,
And
and
see,
again, one
when
more thing that I have to say real quick towards that is that anybody that has been clear, I mean, for somebody that's been cleared that has no wrongdoing,
Mhm.
I would go on camera and do an interview and say, hey, this is this and that is that, and I had nothing to do with this, but he's gone.
And
He's
this
nowhere
is what
around.
happened. Why I was at the bar with them. This is why I walked with them to the food truck. Yep, thought the same thing.
I have Izzy actually. It's kind of a cool
When in
thing.
actual fact, the other guy that was talking to him was the only one that's actually spoke on his behalf. Not that
Yeah,
he said he didn't do it like everybody claims he said and he was sticking up for him. He
right,
actually said, I don't know if he did it or not. I can only tell you what I got from him that night,
right.
which is true. That's all any of us could do.
And that is it, really. No, 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 no. NASA, not necessarily NASA.
Yes, sir.
That
Yeah.
that's going crazy. Yeah, but what I'm talking about, there is specific satellite imagery. It was done
Yes.
already through a
And
special
videos.
organization that
Yep.
literally tracked, not the jump cases, and I'm just giving you an example. In the Summer Wells case, it literally tracked 4 people getting into a car
Yep.
at Ben Hill Road and driving down to a wooded area, and 4 people getting out of a car, walking into the woods for 3 hours, and then 3 people walked out of those woods, got in the car, left, and went back to 10 Ben Hill Road. This was
Yep.
satellite imagery, and that's what I think she's trying to refer to. But being that
Yes.
she had some issues, she's kind of gone a little bit like further ahead with it than she should be.
Or it
Um,
could be that she doesn't understand anything that's, to do with space. Everybody thinks of NASA.
it is available, Deanna. It is available for law enforcement if
Yes.
they go to the correct
It, it cost them a
organization.
fortune, though.
Yeah, it is very expensive. It is.
Hmm.
It's not cheap at all, but yeah, it is definitely.
And your
It.
police departments are run by donations and
I'd
everything,
love to
right?
get the.
Am
Um.
I correct in saying that they have a budget and are run by
Yes.
whatever extra else they need? They're run by donations. See, ours
Pretty much.
here is all government paid here.
Right. The
So the police are
organization.
all covered by government. So for them to access it here, like they did for the girl that was taken up the top end of Queensland here,
Uh-huh.
they can access that very quickly because the government will pay for it.
Right. And no, Sherry, it can't tell you exactly who. It can give a minimal description of what the people, okay, but nothing like detailed at all.
Or
But you can still.
depending where the camera was, they can even get the license plate of the car,
Yes.
actually.
Yes, that has
But
happened too.
it depends where the satellite is and how high it's up at the time. But
Right.
they can get images of how many people and what type of, close to what type of vehicle, etc., etc.
Tony. I think when he's saying that, he keeps saying he didn't need to go upstairs. He's saying that was the choice that he made to go to the target, which was Kaylee. And it's very possible that there is more than one person, Donna. I'm not saying there's not. Kelly, is this Kelly? Yeah, it has to be because you remember. Kelly, welcome, Kelly. It's good to see you, my dear.
That's sad, Pacific Breeze. See, I've never understood that about your police force over there or your law enforcement. I mean, you have several different ones, and it took me a while to learn what the differences were between them all.
Excuse me one
But I
moment.
find it sad that they have to be run by donations, and then there's talk about taking their money away. They're talking about people that are there to protect the public. What good is that going to do? They're also talking about people that have been murdered through no fault of their own, and they're taking away funding, or the police somehow have to come up with funding to be able to do forensics and all the rest. I find that extremely, out of date now. There should be a way like here that the government pays their salary and etc., etc. But that's just me, guys. Sorry. I'm blabbering. I just think it's the victims in the end that rightly suffer, and their families, to be honest. They're the ones that pay the price for it. The father said Maddie and Kaylee's death were different. Yeah, I saw that, Donna. Yeah, that's right, Sherry. That's how I took it too. That with the father saying that to me, he was saying if the perpetrator wasn't after the whole four of them, he wouldn't have gone upstairs looking for extra victims. He would have just stayed on the second floor, got in, done it, got out. That's how I took it. But I could be wrong too. I found a video of Jack John Showalter in a wrestling match, but I'm not sure if that's right. Jack couldn't tell you, Donna. Sadly, most police departments are vastly underfunded and yeah, I agree with that. Stan over there, that's sad. And ultimately, like I said, it's the public that pay the price. Any victim of a crime, whether it's murder or robbery or SA or anything like that, ultimately, they're the ones that pay the price for the underfunding, aren't they? Yes, Lance. And Jesus will also shine the light of what happened in the dark to bring to the light for the perpetrator to get caught, hopefully, whether it's this lifetime. Well, we hope. He was on a mission. I believe that too, Kelly. He was on a mission. I think this crime is nothing like Idaho has ever experienced. I agree with that. It is common sense, like the dad says. Killer is not going to go upstairs if he has no... That's right. And that's why my opinion, and my opinion only, guys, that's why I believe the two girls were not touched downstairs, because the perp did not have beef with them two girls downstairs. They did nothing to them. That's why they didn't worry about it. I don't believe it's because he ran out of time or that he was tired from doing what he did or he's panicked. I believe that he intentionally left them girls because he did not have beef with them or whoever. Did you catch the video of one of the fathers talking when Jack come up on stage and the father gave... Yeah, I did see that, Donna. I mentioned that yesterday. I did catch that look he gave him. Plus the fact that Jack did have a piece of paper to actually say something, and the father walked off the stage, so Jack didn't get to say whatever he was going to say.
Right. I agree, Kelly. Absolutely.
Thanks, Lance. Love.
Oh, man. Come on.
You're a sweetheart, Lance.
Yes, he is.
Right, the girl on the first floor, but not a bit. No, that's what I believe too, Breezy. I don't believe he had any beef with them girls on the floor, the lower floor at all. That's
None.
why they were not touched. That's why he didn't even bother going down there.
And I still think, I truly think, oh, you know what? No, I'm not going to go into that. That's too much. I was going to say, somebody had mentioned something about maybe that, well, that's where I came with the whole possibility that maybe Ethan and Xana were in the bar and were involved in the whole altercation scenario that got him kicked out of the bar, which is why Jack or why Ethan, I keep doing that, came around, picked them up real quick, and they took off.
Could be a great possibility.
Which would
It
make
could
sense.
be a great, yeah, it actually would, especially if the girls called him and he did turn up there at some point and then they left again.
Yeah.
Thinking
then,
the problem was over.
Right. And, you know,
It does make sense.
It really does. I've been thinking about that since last night, putting it together in my head like that. And I'm wondering, maybe this is what they're talking about certain people getting cleared too quickly.
Yes. But like I said, I wonder if they're just saying cleared so that social media don't go after them and they just continue on thinking they're safe and cleared.
Right.
And they slip up. That could be their aim in that too.
Mm-hmm.
Think he is involved.
I'm going to play this here interview with the family. This was just yesterday. And then we're going to talk about it for a minute, and then we'll go into the other thing. I just want your guys' opinion on this, truthfully, and to see if you feel the same thing from it that I do. Absolutely, so Kelly.
Heartbreaking.
No eye contact.
What these families are going.
That's important. Welcome, Lori. Excuse me, guys, if I'm back and forth, and I'm in a pretty messed up position right now. I got something going on, so
you're fine. No
if
need
I'm
to apologize.
A little distracted with my phone and stuff. That's why I apologize. I'm trying to get something fixed, and it's not working out for me. So, just bear with me, guys. My apologies ahead of time.
It's all good, hun.
Absolutely, Squirrel. I agree with you, hun. 100%. Okay, guys. Here's this.
Yes, me too. I said that yesterday about public speaking and people saying they're socially awkward.
Yep, that is right too. Kelly was on no eye contact whatsoever, and that's odd. So that speaks volumes, guys. It really does. I mean, I'm there with you, Brizzy, at this point. I really am. It's the other one that I'm more centered in on, and I was thinking about it before, and I let it go, and then I saw something else, and I'm like, okay. I mean, it never was off the list, but now with all the new info that I got on it, he's way up here now. Okay, way up here. So, all right, here we go with this, you guys.
Going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here is part one of our conversation.
You know, she was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's terrible.
Welcome, Karen.
And I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but I think I want to know it all. And
you're okay.
I just don't understand why, how somebody could take somebody, four of them, it wasn't just my girl, just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast.
There it is.
That maybe should know, and yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
You can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that definitely should have been looked at, and yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still
They are
stand.
definitely
Want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that.
What'd you say?
they are definitely homed in on somebody, aren't they?
Yeah, sounds very familiar too. And if you think about what they're talking, that's why I said this interview was really, really kind of important and kind of piqued my interest. And that's one of the things that brought me back to this specific person.
They're
If you look
not
at what they're saying,
talking about more than one person. They're so focused on one person here.
again, they're saying it without saying his name.
Yeah.
And they're giving you, we all know who has been cleared quickly, and so on and so forth. So that's why I said this interview kind of floored me a little bit. So it was very interesting, I'll be honest.
It is.
No, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
It should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of hits the parents against each other.
Yes.
I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter is no ill will for me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds. Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. I mean, it doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
Here's the point, guys. If this person did this and got away with it, who's to say that the next person that makes him mad or makes them feel some kind of way isn't going to happen to them too? Because that's all it takes is to be able to get away with it one time. Well, shit, I did it once. I'll get away with it again. You know what I mean? I mean, it needs to be handled, period.
You said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did. Let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me.
Right.
And I'm like, well, if targeting is just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down.
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town.
Yep.
You never think you're going to lose your little sister.
It's a fact.
Yeah. Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing. Nothing compared to the way that I feel.
Yeah.
From Kaylee. And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
It's her life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. I mean, since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so
sad.
heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through. But
thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to...
That is so very sad.
It breaks me every time listening to the parents.
Every time.
The pain.
I am 100% behind Steve. I'm telling you guys, he's 100% right as far as I'm concerned. They did this to quiet everything down so that nobody... If Rush Week is coming soon, okay? And when you got 1,500 kids that are going to show up at this college and they know this is going on and that there's a killer on the loose, they're not coming. And there goes that income. And that income for the whole town is based on that college. I can almost guarantee it, you guys. So the whole town is going to keep this as quiet as they possibly can because it's going to take their income away. It's going to take the students away from the college in turn. blah, blah, blah. Steve is amazing at this. Steve needs to be in law enforcement. I'm sorry. And I'm proud of him for what he's gone through to be able to do what he's doing and stay vocal like he is. I mean, God bless you, brother. I'm just saying it. God bless you.
Yep.
Because I know damn well, and it is a lot like Truckee, Sherry. It really is. It makes me sick. And I'm not down in law enforcement per se, okay? I understand you have to protect your town. You have to do this. You have to do that. And nothing. People can say, well, we lost 4 lives, but saved the town. Because people talk that way. People think that way. Okay? I don't give a shit if it's 1 life. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. It makes me sick. Thank you.
And it might cost somebody else their life in protecting the town too.
Right. Exactly. Thank you.
They don't know.
I absolutely agree. The comment that Steve, I've been putting together his comments alone. Okay. The comment that he made the other night when he was talking to the one reporter and said, you know, you can say that this was leaked, but it wasn't leaked to me. I paid for this. I sent my daughter to college for an education, and she came home in a box. That was a dig at the college, you guys. That was him saying, you know, you were supposed to protect my child, and you didn't. And I feel him. I do. And that is that. Put those comments, everything that Steve says, I've been putting it together, and it all falls into the same boat, you guys. You know, sadly, there's going to be corruption in a lot of towns for different reasons, but there is no price worth for human lives, especially not children's lives, guys.
No, but that's sadly what keeps happening, isn't it?
It is.
People pay the price with their lives, and it's hush hush, or don't say this, we don't want to ruin the town's rep and all the rest of it. Oh my God, get it together. Your town is not as worth as much as somebody's life, regardless of who they are.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. I don't think it's all Mormon, Kelly. I don't. Guys, hold your stomachs. This is the other picture that was supposed to go along with the last one. There's a little bit of gross shit in it, but it shows what can be done if the right person does it, guys. Thank you again, Miss Molly.
Thanks, Molly.
And there is the rest of this picture. And this here. Look at him.
Yeah.
A lot of people, even hunters that I know, would be kind of standoffish with this situation. Okay. They do it because they have to do it, and it's done.
Yep.
This kid looks like, look what I did. Thumbs up. I did good. You know what I'm saying? And he pulled certain things out that he needed to pull out and blah, 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 whatever.
But he's so focused on that bit. That's what I'm looking at, how he's looking at that. No offense.
Just saying. There's another thing over here if you can't see it. Looks like a hatchet thing or a hatchet stick possibly right here. So
yeah, I can see that.
Just saying. I won't leave that up too long because it's pretty gross for some people, I'm sure.
Thank you, Sandwich. That's not a normal pick.
No.
That is very odd. It's his trophy. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Like, what he's taken out is the trophy, not...
He's not showing the actual trophy. No, here again. Let me show you. Roll one more time. I'm gonna show you what I'm seeing. Okay. This is the trophy that is laying there, gutted and balled up in a ball. He's not. He doesn't have it stretched out like he's doing it. He's got all the guts over here, the knife here, this other thing over here. A garbage bag there for whatever he's trying to do.
And that's what he seems to be focused on.
He's not focusing on the prize, which is this.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
just off to me. That's all.
And yes, I know he's not the one taking the photo. I get that. It's the other person. But I'm looking at him himself, what he's focused on
Right.
in the picture. And it's the aftermath, the guts and that, not the animal itself.
Yeah. It could be the person that's taking the picture, the way because there's somebody else standing next to him that has blood all over his hands too. If you guys didn't see that. Smoothie, this is John Jack. Not Jeremy, John Jack. The one that the food truck guy and all that. It just comes off a little bit weird to me. It could be the person taking the picture, to be devil's advocate, just saying. But
yeah, that's what I said. But I'm still focused on what, regardless of the person taking the picture, it's where he's standing and what he's looking at.
Right. And again, guys, my apologies, Tony, you as well, for showing this. I'm just trying to give you guys, I'm showing you guys that this is stuff he has done, okay, to animals. Okay. Just giving you the option. He is a hunter. He does do these things. He does know how to work these tools, so on and so forth. So my apologies once again for those of you that may not be able to stomach this. I'm sorry. So it is what it is, guys. And again, I know it's gross and I'm so sorry. But I just want you guys to see he has done things like this to animals, whether he's hunting or not. It's something that he's capable of, is what I'm saying. Some people can't even do this. I know people that can't pull a trigger to kill a deer. I've struggled with it myself back in the day. It's kind of like, do I really want to do this? But then I think about the food from it, and it makes it worth it. Here's the thing. There are people that do this and don't even keep it for food. It's just
do you know what I noticed about that photo? I don't know if anybody else did. Do you notice his pants were covered in the aftermath, the blood and that?
Right.
Did you see his hands and the top half of him butt? Unless he changed just before that photo, which I don't believe, if you look at the top half of him, he looks pretty clean.
I'll show it one more time.
Sorry, guys. His shirt and his hands and everything.
His hands are pretty clean, considering what his hands look like. Those are pretty bloody there.
You look at his pants compared to his shirt, his arms, his hands, his face, everything. The top half is pretty clean.
Right.
Unless he's just washed up his top half and changed his shirt, which I find hard to believe.
Where did he wash up out in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, that's
they
it.
Have a bring a long shower, or that doesn't. I don't know, and we don't know that he did that just for fun, Schmooby. He could be doing it to take it to have it butchered and all that, given the benefit of the doubt. All my point was to show that this person himself has the ability to go to an animal and gut it and do the things that he did with certain types of tools. And he's not shying away from it, if you know what I'm saying. That's why I'm showing it to you. And he has the know-how. Okay, there's the other thing. That's the important part of this. He obviously has the know-how to do something like this. And
he definitely shows on his pants that he did that. It's just the whole clean top half to me. It's the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, he still has some stuff on his hands, I can see. He may have maybe rinsed with some bottled water or something, but he does have a little bit of color to his hands. Not as much as the kid next to him. And not
I
as
know,
much
but look at the shirt.
No, the shirt is clean completely, so he did he did it neatly in a sense, I guess you could say. Trained in some senses, absolutely, Kelly. That's very, very possible to know you know how to do certain things. Animals are not much mammals. Animals like this are made a lot like humans are, with our organs and different parts of the body. So if you know how to dissect an animal in this sense, you very well could do the same with a human being, guys.
Yep.
Right. Squirrel just said he may have had on a hoodie or a jacket that he took off or changed his shirt. Very possible, because maybe he was covered, and he had to change or took the other thing off. It's very possible. Either way, it just shows that he can do it.
Yep.
I don't know, Schmoovy. I don't know for a fact. I didn't get that much into him. I got a little bit of info on him, but 1111 has done cards and rods and comes up with blood relatives. Say that. I don't understand, Donna.
Are you talking about tarot cards?
Oh, 1111 has done cards and rods and comes up with blood. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you for figuring that out, Lisa, because I wouldn't have.
No problem.
He very well could be a farmer. I know that there's a large family of doctors and medical people. That says something else too. Okay. I believe his father's a doctor, and they're saying that they think he may be adopted.
Can you sorry, Joe, can you take the picture down?
Oh,
please?
God, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I meant to take it back down immediately. I started talking.
I know.
Lost my train of thought. My apologies, everybody. Anywho, we got everything out of what we need to see, though, correct? We're good? We're done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Squirrel. My apologies, hon. Karen, there was somebody standing next to him. You can see a hand, an arm, and a camouflage shirt, just the side of it.
Yeah.
Standing next to him. So there is a farmhouse fraternity. He belonged to what is that fraternity called? Delta, not the one that's near the house. Yes, pediatricians and surgeons. That's correct, Breeze. Yeah. Well, like I said, the guy standing next to him is wearing a camo shirt. Maybe he already had that. Maybe you're right about that, Squirrel. Maybe he had a camo coat or sweat hoodie or a shirt on that he took off. It looks like maybe the weather right at that point looks a little warmer than it probably was earlier on. So maybe that was why, again, he took off some layers or something, because they go out early in the morning when it's cold still, and then they have to layer up. So yeah, me either, Squirrel, but it's almost like he was playing in it. And if you look, if you were looking at the picture, the way it's been done, I'm looking at the animal itself, and it looks kind of sloppy. Like there's no need for what's going on in this picture, guys. When you do a deer, you'll cut it from, we used to say neck to nuts. Sorry for the phrase, but and then you have it bleed out. You hang it to bleed it out, and you'll take certain things out of it that you want to. But typically, that's not done you can field dress one for certain things to make it lighter and stuff like that. But yeah, it is what it is. So I don't know. Is your dog sleeping behind you? Or no, that's your grandson.
Who? Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog. Yeah, the dog's in the bed with him.
Okay, gotcha.
He's there, as you can see, his head there.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I see him.
And on that side of him is Abby in under the blanket, snuggling in with him.
There you go.
I'm amazed you actually can't hear him snoring. He is snoring.
Well, I'm not trying to convince anybody, Tony. I'm just giving you guys details and facts that show things that make sense, is what I'm trying to do. In my opinion, yes, he's a very good candidate for this. No, right, exactly, Izzy. There's a lot of that around here too. There's a lot of hunting and things like that. And I have a lot of friends that hunt. I did in the past too, This scene is just weird to me. I'm sorry. I've never seen it.
It doesn't mean to say they're a murderer because they hunt or anything.
That's right there is my point, Smoothie. Thank you for saying it like that. It looks like they just kind of tossed it to the side with no respect. And that's the thing right there. I'm gonna tell you something. I was raised with hunters, my parents, my dad, my uncles, all of that. My cousin. The hunter has more respect for the animal than they do for themselves. Okay.
That's right. That I do know. Yep.
When you make a kill, you have the utmost respect for what that animal is giving to you as a hunter. You know, because it's all based on history. Back in the days, hunting was to feed your families and take care of your families, and you very much appreciated the fact that you were able to get that kill to take food home to the family. And that's where the respect for the animal comes from. You know, you thank God for giving you that animal at that time to do what you have to feed your family. This does not look like that to me. I'm sorry. It's not the same scene. It's not the things that I've seen growing up with it. So my opinion.
Doesn't it also bruise the meat?
Throwing
it around like that.
You can, yeah. And it makes it tougher, and the way you handle it, and the way that you know the kill is done, the shot, however it's all that stuff changes all that up. Yes. Welcome, Vicky. Good to see you, my dear.
I mean, my ex-husband was a slaughterman. He worked in a slaughterhouse.
Oh, okay.
So you can see why I don't eat meat. I didn't eat meat for 12 years, actually.
I understand.
And I still eat very little meat because of my jaw and everything. So I'd be lucky if I eat meat once a month if I can.
Right.
But nonetheless, I don't, like I said, I had nothing against hunters or anything else. So please don't think that. But yeah, I mean, I know how they do it in a slaughterhouse. I know the few animals that I've had to pass over.
Yes, absolutely.
But it wasn't for consumption or anything because you don't eat horse or that here anyway.
Right.
But nonetheless, even over in America and at the hunting pictures that I have seen, the meat and the catch is what's displayed, and it is well respected and very well laid out, not the aftermath.
That's very correct. One second, everybody. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Still respectful here, but the pic was not. No, you're right, Donna. That's how I took that too. There was no respect for the meat on the side of it. Oh, your ex-husband was a butcher? It's funny because I don't know how any of you guys go, but the smell of him, that because it was in his skin and everything, working at the slaughterhouse, I can smell a deceased animal like miles away, and I know everybody else can if it's been sitting out in the sun, but I'm talking within half an hour of the animal passing. I can smell it. It's kind of like a deceased person. It's a smell that never leaves you. Right. Even if you're not around when they slaughter them, I can smell it. It's in the skin.
Right.
No offense to anybody, by the way. Oh, that's sad, Reese.
It is sad because those are probably endangered. If it's an albino deer, that's not just a run-of-the-mill huge group of deer, and a lot of those are endangered. So that is very sad.
Yeah, and that's how I feel too, Smoothie. I'm 100% behind you. I don't have an issue for farming or hunting for food, but just to kill just for the fun of it or to make you feel great that you could do it. Yeah, I don't understand that, and I don't understand the mentality of that if it's not for food purposes or it's not to save another life or put them out of their misery or whatever.
Right. Even hunters that go for trophies, like for the rack and stuff like that, they still are taking the meat from it to help feed their families. You know what I'm saying? The rack is just that goes along with not wasting any of the animal. That's what that's all about. So,
and I agree with that 100%. The same as I agree with somebody putting an animal out of their misery. I don't have any, like I said, I've done it.
Right.
But just to go out there, and you've got plenty of food and all the rest of it, and go out there and just go hunting or go and kill an animal for the sake of doing it, I don't understand that. I'm sorry. I don't understand what thrill you would get out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly.
This is a fact.
Yeah, me too, Kim. I would be a butcher before I could go out there and do it. But that's me. Like I said, I can do it when I'm backed into a corner and an animal suffering, but yeah, I just can't.
Yeah, it was not.
I would starve. Honest, guys, I would starve. If I had to hunt for food, I would literally starve. I would
Over the
eat
next hour, we are
veggies and that.
Right. Okay. I think this is I downloaded so much stuff last night. I'm going to pull up the report with Brian real quick.
Okay.
Let you guys do that. I'm figure this crap out myself too. Thank you guys for being so patient with me and my crap all the time. I do too, Donna. It's one of my favorite things to eat. I absolutely love it, and it's so much better for you than regular beef and all that. So I'm torn in some senses between some of this stuff. I understand that, Lori. I know a couple people like that actually that have never touched meat in their life. Okay.
We are going to be diving into all of the details of this case, learning more about the victims and their families, trying to make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're going to go take you around the crime scene, show you what it looks like, as well as an exclusive look at the Idaho State Crime Lab. And we're going to remain focused throughout all of this on the victims and their family. To try and understand how we got to this point, first, we go back to the beginning. Moscow, Idaho, a beautiful, quiet college town near the border with Washington State, blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
The worst crimes we see in town involve things like bike theft or cars getting keyed or something like that. We're a nice little artsy town that provides a great quality of life to a lot of people.
But what happened in the early morning hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens and it can happen anywhere.
Fear, a college community still in shock following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their students. So many asking, how did this happen? We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, where many college students spend their Saturday nights. At this local bar, the Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the two were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the Grub Truck down the street on South Main Street. News Nation has confirmed the two women used a private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about a mile and a half, or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m., according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kaylee and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows. That person has now been cleared, according to law enforcement. Kaylee Gonsalves' sister spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirmed Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what that was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the two surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The two surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
So many questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still simply don't know.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
All right.
Over the next hour.
All right, now. Yes, I agree, guys. You still there, Lisa? Maybe not.
Yes, I am. I was just trying to unmute. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
My computer's having a meltdown at this point. It's doing its own thing.
Welcome to the jungle. I think this is it here. I believe, yes. Wait, maybe. Hold on, everybody.
All right.
Yeah, I think this is the other one. If your name begins with a J, you're... Hey, what's up, Kim? Welcome, by the way. Does that mean I'm a suspect, too?
Yes, Joe.
Might as well be. 3 Jacks and a Jake. A Jake and 3 Jacks, that's right.
Why is it in most of these cases now, there's not just one person named one thing, there's several of them that all have the same name.
Yeah, we went through that with Kylie. There was what the hell were they? What were their names?
It all started with Summer Wells, didn't it?
Yeah. It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah. Right, everybody. Thanks for going through this with us. Appreciate you guys being here. For those of you that aren't in the chat, I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for watching. and hanging with us today and getting through this. Very much appreciated. Love you guys.
Me too.
Right.
Takes one moment, 1 minute, one night for lives to be turned upside down.
We lost 4 beautiful souls.
The hardest part, we cannot change the outcome.
For a quiet college campus to become a crime scene. This could be anybody.
It could be anybody.
What do you say to the students who are scared?
I tell them I'm scared too.
And suddenly vanish in the middle of the night.
There is a threat out there still.
It's all hands on deck for investigators, racing to retrace steps, comb through evidence, and stop this case from going cold.
They could break open any time.
Because it only takes one clue, one slip up, one tip.
Somebody somewhere has information about this case.
To end the nightmare.
We owe this to these young kids.
Idaho Murder Mystery, a News Nation special report, starts right now. Good evening, I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho, for this News Nation special report. 3 weeks ago, the unthinkable happened in this house behind me. 4 university students brutally murdered here. Their killer not only is still on the run, but still all of this remains a mystery 3 weeks later. And we have breaking news tonight. New details that we have just confirmed. News Nation is learning that Kylie Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries, which may end up being a very, very important piece of evidence when it comes to determining who the target was in this attack. I have learned Kylie and Maddie were in an upstairs room in the house, so the killer had to go specifically upstairs to get to them. And again, that new information just confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were, quote, significantly more brutal. That is new information that we are going to analyze coming up over the next hour. All of this really is a nightmare for this town, a nightmare that they just cannot wake up from. Over the next hour, we are going to be diving into all of the details of this case, learning more about the victims and their families, trying to make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're gonna go take you around the crime scene, show you what it looks like, as well as an exclusive look at the Idaho State Crime Lab. And we're going to remain focused throughout all of this on the victims and their family. To try and understand how we got to this point,
dramatic.
First, we go back to the beginning.
For sure. It's kind of the same thing we just
Moscow, Idaho, a beautiful, quiet college town near the border with Washington State. Blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
They also make this come across like it happened years ago, too.
Right.
Or cars getting keyed or something like that. We're a nice little artsy town that provides a great quality life for people.
But what happened in the early hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
I agree, Steve Reese.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens and it can happen anywhere.
Fear. College community still in shock following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their students.
I don't know, Kim.
So many asking, how did this happen? We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th. Kylie Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, where many college students spend their Saturday nights. At this local bar, Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the 2 were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kylie and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the grub truck down the street on South Main Street. News Nation has confirmed the two women used a private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about a mile and a half, or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m., according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kylie and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows. That person has now been cleared, according to law enforcement. Kylie Gonsalves' sister spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirmed Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what it was.
Okay, hang on a minute now. What time, again, just to reiterate, did they say that Kylie and Maddie got home again? 1:45?
No, 1:56.
1:56. Okay.
Yeah, it was Xana and Ethan, they say, got home at 1:45.
Okay. Just want to double check something. I knew this, but I wanted to just re-verify it.
Can I just answer a question here? The one about him being, whoever it was, would have been tired after that brutality. No, they probably could have jogged home, etc., because the amount of adrenaline they still would have had, and it would have hit them hours later, they would have just zonked.
Yeah,
because of the amount of adrenaline.
Definitely works that way.
Yep. Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. Please don't apologize for helping. Welcome, Miss Brandy. Good to see you, my dear. It definitely takes energy. I mean, he would still be wore out, but like I said, if he had his car near there, he probably just walked over to his car, got in it, and drove away. Went home, passed out. Sure, showered and all that, passed out. Or got in his car and drove for 2.5 hours. Or 5 hours, I should say. And by that time, all the adrenaline was out, calmed down.
Yep. And he would have zonked out for quite a few hours.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
It all fits together, guys. It really does. Again, this is pure speculation.
Because you could drive on that pure adrenaline after that.
Absolutely.
Because the adrenaline would be going for hours later.
Like drinking a pot of coffee. That's how adrenaline works, guys. It keeps you rolling. Truthfully, probably that's why people that have adrenaline rushes have the shakes. Like, you know, like they're buzzed out on coffee or caffeine or whatever. That's what it does. It's like a high almost. It's crazy.
But the more he would have been doing that, the more adrenaline he would have been gaining too.
Right. It builds upon itself. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And then driving on top of that, if it was him, speculation theory, if he was driving that adrenaline and reliving that, because they will relive it straight away, we'll go back through it over the mistakes they made, what they could have done better, etc., would still fuel that adrenaline. By the time he got to wherever he's going,
he was probably back to normal.
Yeah, he would have zonked it.
Yep, he probably pulled into his parents' place and took a shower, went to wherever he was to sleep, got up when they were ready to go, went on their trip, and they're gone. And that gets him away, you know. And the time thing, I think it was a mission trip, Squirrel, honestly. And
But you have, sorry, Joe,
no,
you
no.
have truck stop. Do you have truck stops like we do here along the highway where you can stop and shower and whatnot?
Oh
Or
yeah,
trucking is dead?
yeah, that's very possible too. You could just throw your clothes away somewhere halfway between here and there, change into clean new clothes, shower off. Nobody knows. Nobody's gonna find them clothes because they're somewhere in between 300 miles from here. You know,
Yeah.
a 5-hour period, unless they stop at every specific place in that 5-hour trip, which is a
Hey, laughing eyes.
very good cover.
And
What's up,
Pacific
Lap?
Breeze.
See you, hon. Thanks for joining us. That would be a very good way to cover it up.
You will never be able to answer that, love, because it's not within you to be able to do that. That's why we try and understand it, because it is not within us. It's like, as I was explaining this to somebody else actually yesterday, sorry, about the girls downstairs seeing somebody on the floor. Even if you see somebody covered in blood, most of us will not be able to automatically say, oh, that person's been murdered or whatever, because it's not within us. It's not our normal range of thinking. So we would just assume they've fallen and hurt themselves, or, they've knocked their head, or they've landed on something. That's why they're bleeding. Our brains don't automatically go to, oh my God, they've been murdered in their house.
That's exactly what it is. 100% Squirrel. That's exactly what it's like. The people that have been on like bath salts and stuff like that go into those rages, like she's saying,
Yeah.
and eating other people's faces and stuff. Not to be gross, but yeah, that's what
Yes.
happens. That's what happens because what it's doing, guys, is adrenaline is a natural chemical in our bodies. But what happens is when you get an adrenaline rush, it exerts 10 times the amount that we're supposed to have in our bodies at one time. It's like an overexposure to it, and it makes your body go into this like a rage almost. Like for me, for instance, when I was at a fire or at an accident scene or something, we'd automatically get that adrenaline rush and we start doing things that normally we wouldn't do in a specific speed. Okay. And we're engaged immediately at a very fast pace, in a full capacity. And that's why after you do something like that, you're so tired and so wore out and you just drop, because your body has overdone itself because it had that, extra high test gas for a little while.
And you would have thought, and I'm just going to ask you this because I do, and you were in a much higher position than me, so you would, at a guess, think more clearly under pressure, right?
Absolutely.
Under
Absolutely.
extreme pressure, you think a lot clearer and can organize, right?
Yep.
But if you're not under that pressure, you actually don't think and be able to put things together that well, right?
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm the same. And then afterwards, that's it, you're out.
Right. For a long time.
Yeah.
That's those are facts. That's just how that works.
Yep. What if it's true? He's arrested.
That's very possible too.
Yeah.
That could be. Yeah. Honest. You know what? That right there could be what could spark a rage in somebody to do that to somebody else. Okay.
Right. Rage.
Testosterone rages people constantly when you're on, like injections or steroids, whatever you're doing, it will cause people to go into fits of rage without being themselves like they normally are, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's a wrestler, they have a tendency to do conditioning in off seasons. Okay. as football players. We did this when I played football. Not everybody did it, but we would take what are they called? It's not really a steroid per se, but it kind of like gave you energy to do more weightlifting. Okay, when we were doing our conditioning and stuff, and wrestlers do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, laughing. You're more than able to chat, man. In fact, if you'd like to come up and join us on panel, you're more than welcome to. I can put the link here for you.
Yeah, please do.
Again, anybody is welcome. But yeah, it can cause you to have like well, you guys have all heard that. Some of you said it when somebody goes into roid rage. That's what that means. That's why people get angry all the time, and they're a lot of these weightlifters or power lifters that are doing that. They have these anger fits or fits of anger, I should say, where they snap out on people and so on and so forth. I mean,
and have unbelievable strength.
Yep. That was my next comment. So there it is.
Sorry.
No. Please don't apologize. That helps. There is where people are asking how the ability. There it is. That could very well cause it right there. That gives you the ability.
Yeah. Yes, and actually, that's a good point because unlike other substance that give them a high where they can stumble and you know what I mean, have the effects of being high. Steroids won't do that, but they can still have that rage, but still be very well mindset, just extremely focused and angry. In fact, they're probably more focused than somebody that's doing other drugs.
Right. Yeah, Seabreeze, it's the same thing. I'm on the prednisone right now because of me being sick, and it definitely they have a tendency to bulk people up because they have you gain weight and stuff like that too. So I don't know if he ever went wild boar hunting per se, laughing, but we just showed a picture of him. It looked like either a very large deer or an elk maybe that he had been hunting with, and he was using a knife to gut it in the picture that I just showed. So definitely has done something like that. Not necessarily a boar, but boars are very strong, and they will try to kill you unless you do it first. So anybody that can handle that with a knife, you got some strength going on. That's a fact. So I'm just saying. But yeah, he definitely is a hunter. That's facts. I proved that. So
that's what I live on, Kim. Sugar keeps me going. Sugar and coffee. More coffee than anything.
Mine's coffee. I don't do sugar anymore, but coffee, yeah.
Yeah, I do very little sugar, but coffee, yes. Because because of my jaw, I'm lucky if I eat.
Oh, thank you, Tony.
Like everybody will sit down and have a meal every day. I'm lucky if I have one once a fortnight, as in a meal. Sit down and have a meal. I'll eat cheese and stuff, but that's
right.
I'll suck on cheese. I'll rephrase that.
Wait, what did you just say?
I said I sit there and suck on cheese and whatnot. But yeah, I
yes, creatine, Sherry. That definitely does it too.
My mum, what did I miss? Not much, April.
Thank you.
We were just talking about roid rage, love.
Really can use that.
Miss Brandy.
Yes. I got myself. I'm in a situation. I've been trying to handle my vehicle. I went to take my wife to work this morning, and it broke down. So it comes out to be that it's my stupid starter and solenoid in my truck. Something new. So I'm kind of all right, Donna. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a great time, as always. Hope to see you again soon.
Yep. Thanks, Donna. Take care, sweetheart. Yeah, know the feeling. Got knocked on my backside since I got sick. So I get it.
Well, it's the only vehicle I got here, and I got to figure something out. So Speaking of which, 1 second. Or I'm gonna go ahead
Tell me off the ceiling.
get this back here.
Maybe routes or paths that they took to going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the two surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The two surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kylie, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the second and third floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab poor people to death.
So many questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still simply don't know. Do you know inside the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, you know, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
While authorities remain tight-lipped, we are learning other details from the families of the victims. The vigil on campus Wednesday night, Kaylee's father gave insight into how close his daughter and Madison were discovered, saying the two were found together in the same bed. Earlier this week, there was confusion when law enforcement said there was a miscommunication between police and the county prosecutor about whether this was a targeted attack or not.
My understanding is the investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence. That's all that they can offer at this point.
The latest from police is they do think that the murderers were targeted. Police say they have not concluded if the target was the house or one of the occupants. Investigators have also confirmed a sixth person on the lease was not in the home at the time of the murders. And the roommates and friends who lived in this house behind me were so many things to so many people. Jokesters, a fashionista, some photographers. They were really just typical college kids preparing. Their friendships so deep.
Didn't even do their chores today. I'm just gonna do it.
The roommates could rock spot-on impressions of one another.
It's 8. Gotta go. Jay's calling.
Two of the young women grew up together. Madison Mogan, Maddie from Coeur d'Alene, and best friend Kylie Gonzalez from nearby Rathdrum, Idaho. Roommate Xana Kernodle went to high school close by in Post Falls, and her boyfriend Ethan from out of state, in Washington, all coming together at the University of Idaho, the tiny college town of Moscow.
Community is reacting with grief, concern. These were 4 very popular people on campus.
Emotions raw at a community vigil on campus Wednesday, including Ethan Chapin's mother.
My name is Stacy Chapin. I'm Ethan's mom.
Her 20-year-old coming to the university this fall with his brother and sister. Triplets, they were inseparable. Ethan's last day spent accompanying Sister Maisie to her sorority formal. Yet the freshman was usually with his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, a junior studying marketing and reveling in the pair's growing relationship. A proud post of Mouse and Chef, a playful version of Ratatouille.
And I want people to take this personally because she was everyone's daughter.
Kylie Gonzalez, his sister, talking to News Nation's Chris Cuomo about her younger sister. Kylie was finishing her senior year strong, with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, always at her side.
So then they went to high school together. Then they started looking at colleges. They came here together.
From tweens to Lake City High, teachers say the two girls never parted. Roommates at the University of Idaho, Maddie did a different sorority. The live music lover showed off her marketing skills, running the social media account at the Mad Greek restaurant where she worked.
And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
I think all the people working on trying to figure this out, and it really means a lot.
Artsy and funky Moscow, Idaho, the perfect backdrop for the college journey.
Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation?
The home on King Road, which once hosted Forever Friends, now bears visible scars of the unthinkable. 4 young lives taken, was shown on Xana's high school graduation cap, had their sights set on giving the world so much more.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Just so heartbreaking.
I believe so,
what
Tony.
These families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part 1 of our conversation.
I think we saw this part already.
Hurt.
We did.
Hurt so bad that she.
Sorry to hear that, Izzy.
That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. And I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but
You just cry.
I think I want to know it all. And
You're okay.
I just don't understand why, how somebody could take somebody, four of them, it wasn't just my girl, just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe she knows, and yeah.
She had a strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talk to students, people are really nervous there.
It should be.
Yeah.
This targeting to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it. And it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that, if your daughter has no ill will from me, man, to me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds. Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. I mean, it doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting is just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down.
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town. So,
You never think you're going to lose your little sister.
yeah.
Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing. And I feel and I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
It's her life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. I mean, since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through, but they are so determined to find this killer, and they say they are going to keep the pressure on the police until that happens. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk more about that breaking news that we learned about just tonight about the condition of the bodies. We are live tonight from Moscow, Idaho.
Up next, Xana's mom breaks her silence for the first time.
We need more answers.
And internet sleuths are on the case.
And this is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
But when does it help the investigation? When does it go too far?
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight. The murder mystery has reignited the murder here. The online sleuthing community who gained notoriety during the Gabby Petito in 2021. We are talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media looking for any possible clue. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. Here's News Nation's Ashley Banfield.
What we know is that 6 missed calls were made from Kaylee to Jack's phone, her ex-boyfriend.
From the start, amateur investigators shared their theories on the Moscow, Idaho quadruple murders. The case has gripped the nation. People are craving as much information as possible, trying to put the pieces together themselves.
When you talk about the slayings in Moscow, Idaho,
I'm wondering if it was a friend, not one of the roommates.
This is just as pretty much everybody talking about this case, pure speculation.
Partly fueled by a lack of information from the police.
Everybody has an opinion and they want to come out and say it. And so what that does is that detracts from the public's ability to trust the information that's out there.
Police have always had to work around rumors. They sift through leads, discarding the hoaxes and the hearsay to try to get to the credible tips. But the sheer volume of tips in this case could take a toll on police resources. But they could also crack the case. Nearly 500 digital media tips have come in to an FBI page dedicated to the case. The Moscow police are on rumor control, both on their website and during their news conferences. Often, the rumors get started on social media.
Okay, I have no qualifications to be speaking on the Idaho murders other than the fact that I just have been keeping up with them. And this is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
Social media sites seizing the moment, setting algorithms to gain traction on the Idaho case. TikTok posts with the hashtag Idaho Murders have more than 90 million views. Reddit forums with 27,000 members, and private Facebook groups, each with tens of thousands of people, are all talking about the Idaho murders and are ripe with wild speculation, many delving into Kaylee, Xana, Madison, and Ethan's own social media accounts. But these crowdsourced investigations can also ruin lives as they track down so-called suspects on their own. First, it was the young man in the hoodie seen at the food truck in a video that surfaced days after the murders. Police were flooded with questions about who he was.
I think a lot of people were curious about that person. We were able to identify him
Police have since cleared that man, but online sleuths soon turned their attention to a new suspect, a neighbor of the victim, named Jeremy Reagan. He's a third-year law student at the University of Idaho and gave a TV interview about the comings and goings at the house where the kids were murdered. He admits that he'd given a nervous smile while talking about the crime. Some viewers took issue and made him a target. Soon he moved from target to suspect, and it was open season on the internet.
People online have just been ruthless. They went through and gone through all of my social media history over the past decade, partly because of all the reports that the people had sent in about me in the interview I did.
Reagan has spoken with the police and even volunteered his DNA. But when he didn't hear back from the officers, he simply went to the station himself and gave police a sample. But as amateur investigators continue to dig deep into his personal life, contacting his friends and his family, Jeremy is now so concerned that he carries a pistol for protection. Amateur detectives have had some success before. During the Gabby Petito case, social media hashtags exploded with billions of views. It was social media users that put many of the pieces together and gave police strong clues as to where to look. Back in Moscow, Idaho, with every day that the 4 murders go unsolved, the online investigative community is sure to grow. Each wanting to be the cyber sleuth that unlocks the mystery and solves the crime. But at what cost to the professional investigators and to the public?
And Ashley Banfield joins me now. Ashley, you have been on this story since the very beginning. You've been doing it every single night on your show. We know with the Gabby Petito case, the sleuths really had an impact, helped solve what happened. Do you think that could happen in this case?
So the reality is, Brian, that every police officer will tell you when trying to solve a case, there is no detail that is too small. And they ask the public to bring forth any details because sometimes that minute detail can be the linchpin that opens up an entire other set of facts. Well, I don't know how many total officers have eyes on this, but it's upwards of maybe somewhere below 100. And with the online community, they may be able to triangulate some details between photos that may go missed by the detectives on the case. So in one circumstance, it is highly effective to have that many more eyes that could point out something that's critical to the case. But as we just heard, it can also be detrimental, Brian, to Jeremy Reagan and people like him who all of a sudden become targets for attacks. And those attacks can be relentless. I will also say this, Brian, it is not as though an online community hasn't had incredible success before. You mentioned Gabby Petito. There was also a serial killer in Canada that the online community found before the police found him, and the police ignored them. So there are some lessons to be learned from that, and there are some things the community can actually help with in terms of investigation.
And you mentioned Jeremy. I saw him on your show the other night. He actually lives right down the way here. I can see his apartment from where I'm standing. You can't help but feel bad for that guy. I heard him on your show say that he actually went to the police station to give up his own DNA just because he wanted to clear his name. All right, Ashley, don't go anywhere because we are going to talk to you about this breaking news that we talked about at the top of the show, the new revelations that we have confirmed about the conditions of the bodies, what that might mean in terms of who was targeted. We're going to get to that coming up right after this break. We are live from Moscow, Idaho tonight.
Still ahead, a confounding crime scene. How did a killer seemingly go in and out of the house without a trace? And reality is not always what you see on TV.
We call it the CSI effect. That some people think, well, we should be able to do this.
Our exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab.
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight, where we continue to look into the murders that happened in the house behind me. 4 innocent college students now 3 weeks ago. Still no significant developments, still no named suspect, still no named person of interest. I want to bring back in Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, I've been looking forward to this because I want to talk to you about this new information that we confirmed just before the special today. The new information is that Kylie Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal. That is what I can say. Significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries. What do you make of that new piece of information, Ashley?
Well, it's astounding, for one, because this is the first time, Brian, that you've been able to get the kind of information that helps us to perhaps try to figure out why this happened. Not saying this is definitive, but it certainly is one additional clue as to whether perhaps Kylie might have been the target. But you got more information that makes it almost more complicated, and that is where the girls were found. So walk us through what you discovered today, because many of us didn't know which room when Kaylee's father said they were found in the same room and in the same bed.
Yeah, let me show you, Ashley. I want to take you up the hill here and get you oriented. This is the front of the house. There's now private security out front. And oh my, because it's going and it's very, very slippery. But we're going to walk you up to the back of the house. No windows on the side of the house. You've got the front door obviously on the front, which we know has the coded lock. On the back of the house, though, is where the bedrooms are. Confirmed that Kate injuries.
Brian, I think we just lost your mic, and I'm not sure. There, no, you're back. You're back. Can you just repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds? Your mic went dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was explaining that we confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were more significantly brutal than Maddie's. We've also confirmed that they were on the third floor. I'm going to have Mo show you. Third floor here, where not easy access. You've got the balcony. There's a slider. You can't easily jump up there. So what this has us wondering, Ashley, and I want you to kind of walk through this with me. If Kaylee's injuries were the most severe up on the third floor, and there's no way out of the third floor, would that mean the killer specifically targeted the third floor? Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would the killer go up to a floor where there would not be an easy exit for him? What do you make of that, Ashley?
Well, it's significant in that we still don't know where the killings began. Did they begin on the second floor where Xana Kernodle's room was? And of course, Ethan had been staying over that night. And we now know that that room was the room on the far side of the house. So not the side of the house that you're on right now, on the other side of the house at the front of the house. That's Xana and Ethan's. And then did they progress to the third floor? And while your mic was cutting out, I think the key piece of information that the audience couldn't hear was which room upstairs on the third floor the girls were actually found in. That before now, we only knew they were found together, but we didn't know in Maddie's room or in Kaylee's room. And so as we look at the third floor map right there, bedroom number E, or bedroom E, is Maddie's bedroom, and it looks out the back of the house. And bedroom F is Kaylee's bedroom, and it looks out the front, but also the back where the slider is. So what did you discover about which room? Maddie's room on the left or Kaylee's room on the right?
That's right. We've confirmed that they were in Maddie's room, which is also interesting. That's something that we did not know. So Kaylee's injuries were significantly more brutal, but they were sleeping together in Maddie's room. So that helps put the puzzle together. There's also something new that helped put the puzzle together, and it was on your show. It was an exclusive interview you had on your show Friday night with Xana's mother. We'd never heard from her before. She called into your show. I want to play what she said, and then we can talk about it on the other side, Ashley.
Her father mentioned to me that he had just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure it was still. Yeah. I do not think it was the house that was targeted. I believe wholeheartedly that it was those kids who were targeted. They weren't just acquaintances. These kids were like best
My phone? I don't think so. Shouldn't be anything. Steve is Kaylee's father, Kim. I'm sorry if it made a noise. My apologies. Sorry about that.
They did everything together. How could it not be a planned thing? You know, how could it not have been targeted?
Voice of Xana's mom here, like any.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted
Sorry,
to ask you
go ahead.
actually two significant things that stood out to me during that interview. Number one, what she said about the door locks. Number two, that she feels that, I think she put it, these kids were targeted. Talk to me about why those two things. I mean, they're new, and what do they mean?
Critical. And I just wanted to make sure that our viewers knew that was the voice of Xana's mom. She wasn't on video because she's so distraught. That was just her voice that we heard. But she said that the locks had been worked on by Steve, or rather by Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad, just the weekend before. She couldn't confirm whether the lock that he had fixed was on Xana's room or whether it was a lock to the outside of the house. But I did say, did the rooms have individual locks? And she believed that Xana's room did have a lock. So very, very significant, because we've been trying to figure out, and there's a picture right there on the screen on the left-hand side, is what one of the rooms in the house used to have in it, a coded lock to get into an individual bedroom, and that each bedroom had a coded lock. That was 3 years ago, and we're not sure if each bedroom still has a coded lock. But it's critical because we've tried to figure out, how did the killer get in to a locked bedroom, and then how did the door perhaps get locked on the way out so that the roommates couldn't get in and thought someone was passed out on the other side. That's critical. But I also think it's very critical that she thinks that the target was the kids, not the home, and that it was someone they knew and trusted. And then one more thing, Brian, about the fact that the girls were found in Maddie's room and not Kaylee's room. I think it's important for our viewers to know that Kaylee was in the process of moving out. So it's possible that many of her things were scattered all over the bed, or the bed was in pieces or had no bedding, and that's why she might have been in her best friend's room. But if the killer...
Me too. I also find it sad too.
Kaylee had more injuries, and it's dark, it's the middle of the night.
I'm sorry.
I said me too. I said me too. But I also find it sad that he can't have a funeral or anything. So when you think about it that way, the killer is still controlling.
Yeah, I agree
his
with you.
victims,
100%.
isn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
The
Still in control of the situation.
Sorry. Yep.
No, no, sorry, neither.
Sorry.
That's absolutely correct. It's very sad. Very sad.
But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Sorry.
absolutely. No, you're fine.
Because if Kaylee was the target, then how would the killer know which one of the girls that was in Maddie's room if they were sleeping? Because they look a lot alike, and in the dark, it would be very tricky to tell. And certainly it wasn't Kaylee's room. So very, very big find that you've discovered, but even more complicating.
Yeah, certainly some big developments tonight that really help us piece together the story. Ashley, I know you've been covering this every single night on your show. You and I have been on the phone late at night discussing all of it, and we'll continue to do the same thing next week. Ashley, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
You bet.
Okay, we've still got a lot more to come. We are live in Moscow, Idaho tonight.
A News Nation exclusive, a look inside the crime lab system that handles all homicides in Idaho, as we dig into the physical evidence the killer might have left behind, plus unimaginable loss.
A lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true.
And new information from a family taking justice into their own hands.
We have been outside this crime scene for a week now, and there are a lot of questions about the evidence inside and what actually happens to it. And just last night, we were standing in this spot. We're pretty much here all the time for the most part. We saw detectives walking out with brown bags in their hands, but we still don't know exactly what was inside. It was an interesting development, though. There were some very, very large bags, and it seemed like they went in to gather some kind of evidence and then came out about an hour later. Idaho State Police Forensic Services, they're pouring over what has been taken from this scene. They've been in the home multiple times. News Nation got an exclusive look at the state crime lab. Alex Capriello joins me live now. Alex, there's so much frustration among the community. So many people are wanting answers quickly because, you see the TV shows. They think that they can get these results fast, but it seems like it really does take quite a bit of time.
Right, it does. That's exactly what we learned from the Idaho State Crime Lab. The fact of the matter is that this is an incredibly complex crime scene. And obviously, with the killer still on the loose, every bit of evidence is crucial to try to crack this case open.
The knife, the incredible amount of blood, and the complexity of a bustling home with plenty of visitors. The forensics team is on a case like few others.
It's so very complex. We're not talking about a person that just randomly walks up on the street and stabs somebody and walks away. We're talking about 4 individuals here.
Forensics professor and Body Bags podcast host Joseph Scott Morgan.
Mine, the 2 people who lived downstairs, they didn't die.
Are you talking to us,
case,
Lisa?
A complicated stew of DNA from the
Yes, I just realized what I did. Sorry.
I was going to tell you, either she's talking to herself or she's muted, so. Go ahead and repeat what you were saying.
Well, I'm glad I was just talking because you muted and there was no volume, so I thought I'd talk to everybody. But apparently, no, I was just mimicking and making it harder for you to all try and lip read.
Sorry,
Today's exercise, lip read what I'm saying.
Yes. And my apologies,
I'm
guys.
I'm so sorry, everyone.
It's my apologies for muting it while nobody could hear anything. I'm having a rough day, guys. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Back to the thing, and I won't mute it this time. I promise. I'm sorry.
And I'll unmute.
There you go.
Blink, it'll spin back. News Nation getting an exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab outside Boise. This is the DNA casework lab. Ready for the complexity of this case and others. The lab demonstrating for News Nation how elimination fingerprinting works for cases with a crowded home or in a car with passengers. You can see that's a really nice print that you left on the glass. But Idaho's Director of Forensic Services reminds the public, speedy and slick TV evidence processing is not the real deal. We call it the CSI effect. Some people think, well, we should be able to do this, but the technology doesn't exist for that yet. Time certainly moving slowly back in Moscow with the decision to tow the victim's car weeks after the murders.
Wherever it is they're storing them, I hope that it would be at the Idaho State Crime Lab, because at crime labs, they have actual evidence processing garages. At that scene, what did they have? They had a piece of yellow tape on them that was providing security.
One solid tip, bolstered by the careful processing of a single clue.
Thank you, Miss Brandy.
To find justice for 4 young lives.
Thank you much.
Just fascinating to see inside that crime lab, the work that they do behind the scenes. Explain to us why this in particular is such a complicated scene.
Right. Well, I kind of briefly mentioned it in the story, but when you think...
See, that shows what they've been processing for the past 3 weeks, nonstop or more now, I think it is. And there's so much. I think
and they're still pulling stuff out of there.
They just did last night. That's proof. Yeah, they was I'm trying to remember the number. Thank you, Miss Brandy, for posting that. I really need it today. I got to come up with $220 for this stupid starter out of nowhere. 3,000. Was it 3,000? Was that the number of pieces of over 3,000 pieces of evidence that they processed? 3,000, guys. Can you imagine that?
That's a lot.
I mean, at most crime scenes, there's like 6 pieces of evidence at times or something like that. 3,000 pieces of evidence. I mean, I'm not trying to laugh. It's just amazing, like, that they're even able to do this, you know?
It's rather mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, 4,000 photos.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It is mind-blowing. And I'm sure that they're completely overwhelmed. You know, and I'm not like I said, I wasn't earlier coming down on them. I just feel so bad for the family, all the family, to be honest with you, and that there needs to be something, like Steve said, somebody needs to step up and be the alpha, take control of, make things start going the way they need to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, guys, once again.
And Kim, sorry, love, I lost the program there for a moment. I thought I was playing charades.
Right.
Think about it. I mean, just look at it. It's a rather large house, first and foremost. 3 stories to it. That's a whole lot of evidence for investigators to comb through. And then not to mention just the proximity to where it is on the college campus, frat row. Obviously, some of the fraternities and sororities are just about 200 yards away. We're told that this was a place where people partied, people socialized. And so that's a whole lot of people that are coming in and out of this home, which could really muck up and blur some of those lines. And
yes, Pamela, that's a
and
fact.
I know police are remaining tight-lipped for the most part, but do we have a time frame when more of this evidence could come back, the testing?
Well, this is the benefit of actually being able to go to the Idaho State Crime Lab, right? We were able to ask them that, and they told us that they've already processed some of this evidence and they've gotten it back into the hands of the detectives. So right now, information is coming in and they are processing new information, but obviously this could take weeks as, like I mentioned, a lot of evidence to come through.
Thanks so much, Alex. Yeah, it's just fascinating to see inside that crime lab. It's not often that you get to see inside a crime lab like that. So we've still got more to come. Alex mentioned it, still evidence being taken out of the house. You saw the brown paper bags. We got that video yesterday. This is all so active. More coming up after this break, live from Moscow, Idaho.
Coming up next, a brand new revelation from the parents of Kylie Gonsalves.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating? Welcome back. There has been so much information floating around for the past several weeks about this case. Some of it is true, some of it has obviously been rumors, and a lot of the talk has been focused on whether Kylie Gonsalves may have actually had a stalker.
Absolutely, Stan. That's a fact too, brother. That's
Can
a
you
fact.
talk a little more about, a lot of people have been wondering if Kylie had a stalker, if that was really true?
I said this, she's a pretty girl. Her friends are really pretty. So them attracting attention was pretty common wherever they went. So I think she attracted attention, whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it, and
Thank you so much, Kim.
they said
I
that
will
there was no
definitely give
evidence
that to
there.
her.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating?
I think it's hard to say.
No, you will not,
They're
Joe.
holding it tight to test, which could either be a really, really great sign.
Joe?
What did you say?
No, you will not. Sorry, Kim. I hope you don't mind. He needs it at this point for his car.
Oh my God,
for
stop
his
it.
wife and that. No. Do not. I hope you don't mind, Kim. Please keep it, Joe. Do not forward anything to me. Thank you so very much, Kim. That is lovely of you.
Yes, thank you very much, Kim.
But I would love you to take it. I will not accept it, Joe. I'll just send it back. Thank you, Kim. God bless you, sweetheart. And you would do the same if it was me. So don't. So please keep it and put it towards your car. And once again, thank you, Kim.
Thank you very much, Kim. Breezy. Let me see this here real quick. The first one, unalived, no matter who it was stabbed, and how did the next person not shout or scream? I've thought about that myself a lot. Good Lord. I'm not sure how, if it was, I mean, they may have, and just like I said, they've talked about that house being soundproof, pretty good soundproof. Like the person that used to live there said that they didn't hear anything from the first floor on up and outside the house either. So it's like, unless he was just really quick. I'm going to, Kim. Very, very, very not happily, but
Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
No, you will do it happily and get your car fixed.
Well,
your family needs the car.
Anywho, I'm gonna growl again.
No growling allowed.
I'm gonna growl. Unless he was holding, the only thing I can picture is maybe he's doing something to one and holding the other one down. They weren't very big, you know what I mean? And we enjoy you being here, Izzy. 100%.
We do. Breaking news, I just say on AOL News, the survivors are making a statement for the first time.
Okay. I'll have to look into that.
Thanks, Miss Brandy.
Thank you very much, my dear. Let me get through this for you guys here real quick.
Really bad sign. And I think depending on not even the day, the hour, especially in the bad night, we go back and forth between they got this and kind of falling apart a little, really looking at specific events
exactly,
that have
Molly.
been strange or maybe should have been looked into more
very good
in
point.
our eyes.
It really is just so heartbreaking what that family has. I thank you so much for trusting me and allowing me to come into their home and talk with them. It's so easy to get caught up in the investigation, all the new nuggets that come out with things. But behind the scenes, this is really about the victims and it is about their families. The pain that is even worse because the killer is still on the run tonight. If you are watching this and you have any information about what happened here, think about those families tonight. You can stay anonymous. The number for the police is on your screen. Someone has got to come forward to ease their pain and to make this community finally feel safe again, because they don't feel safe. We are not going anywhere. We will be here covering this story.
Very good
I'm Brian
point,
Enton.
Stan.
Thank
Very
you
good
so much
point.
for watching this News Nation special report live from Moscow, Idaho.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com, and you can find.
All right, guys, that was the end of that. Interesting special per se. I really think looks like somebody's awake.
He is.
He's cute.
That's what I was pointing out, because he gets up, and if you were watching the dog, all of a sudden Abby slides out from under the blankets with him.
She's laying there with her head out too, like, hey. Anyway, but yeah, I think that we all might be onto something with this scenario, and I think that the family is as well. I think that law enforcement may actually be, but there's nothing that can be done right at this moment, sadly. And I'm hoping that, they're looking into this scenario, because this scenario makes a lot of sense to me. A whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Does to me too.
Right, Kim. You'd be surprised, Kim. You'll surprise yourself.
There's actually a couple of them that make sense, like we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
That one, and now him leaving and that. Yeah.
And again, that was the only reason why I wanted to show that pictures, because it kind of gives you proof that this can be done by somebody specifically. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Much as it's shocking to see it, I get it, but you'll be surprised, Kim, what you'll do when you go into defensive mode to defend yourselves.
Yeah.
We're human beings are very much like animals when it comes to that. We do what we have to do to defend ourselves, surprisingly enough. But that's been proven.
Yep.
Excuse me. So
you would be surprised what you can do backed into a corner.
Yes.
Don't ever underestimate yourself.
It's a fact. That is a fact. It is so cute watching those two behind you.
Oh yeah, my dog dumps me very quickly when it comes to Christopher.
Well, they always do. My animals do the same
I
thing.
love you, Mum, but yeah, I'm out.
He's more fun. He can play with me more. It's cute.
Do you want to wave, Christopher? Wave hello.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. Oh, he can hear you. You got good ears. You can hear that through my headphones. Wow.
Kind of loud, too.
He said good.
Oh, I heard him.
Oh, you did hear him?
Yep. Yeah, he's a cutie. So, I think that's the newest thing other than what did you say, Brandy? You said that was via
Oh, yes. The
AOL.
statement. Yeah, AOL.
Did you find it already?
No, I haven't. I didn't even look, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I didn't know if you had already went. Sometimes you do that. But who made the statement again?
I just read it.
Oh, the survivors. Yes. Okay.
Miss Brandy. Breaking news, I just say on AOL News, the survivors are making a statement for the first time.
Right.
Thank you, Brandy, darling. Yep, there you go, Molly. That's right. You can never stand there and say you wouldn't be able to fight or that you would react this way because you don't know until you put into the corner, and you'll be surprised what your body will do automatically.
That is a fact.
I can try and send the link, Miss Brandy said.
You can send it to my email if you want, hon. That's the only thing I'll be able to bring up.
Murphy was put in the unoccupied bedroom. Is Murphy the dog? I take it.
Yes, that is his name.
Yeah. So if he was put in the unoccupied bedroom, then when you think about that, then
How did he get outside then?
The perp would have had to go into that spare bedroom and let the animal out. What would be the purpose?
Why would he let the animal out unless he was
worried about it?
Mm-hmm.
What's your email, Miss Brandy's asking?
That's right in the chat right there, hon. You're supposed to know that, Miss Moderator.
Kim, yeah, I'm like that, love. But see, if I hear a noise, and I've always been like this, if I hear a noise outside, even when I was married, I didn't wake him up, and I wouldn't grab a torch or anything, and I still do it. I'll walk outside and walk right around the house without even thinking, and then calmly walk inside, and it's probably about half an hour later I'll go, oh, wow, I could have ran into somebody while I was out there.
Right.
But then my logic is I would have scared them more than what they'd scare me.
Right. And, yeah, definitely.
And that's what I say, Cece, that they definitely knew the layout of the house. I believe they definitely knew everybody in that house. I think they were closer than what people think they were to these 4.
Yeah,
or
I think
6,
there's more.
I should say.
I think there's more to this than what we're thinking there is
Yeah,
too. I think this
me too.
goes a little deeper than, you know.
Me too.
Um,
Sadly.
Yeah.
And I think we all might be a little surprised when they
Yeah.
find out who it is.
Yeah, well, maybe a little, maybe not. We're definitely going to be shocked. There's going to be some kind of a twist to it, I think, too, that wasn't expected. There's too much goofy stuff going on with it right now. You know what I mean? So,
yep.
I don't know. Damn it.
But I'll still say it's somebody that saw the 2 or perceived the 2 girls that survived as not being an issue or hadn't caused them any issues. They definitely had no beef with them.
Right. And thank God that's what makes me believe that this person was not just a random psychopath. That this was directly directed at somebody in particular, and it was a vengeance situation due to possible humiliation, like I said the other day, which can spark that type of a thing. And if you want to add all these other things that we've been talking about together with it, with the possible steroids and this and that and everything else, then there could be a whole realm of different things that we could look at that says, okay, this is what it is, guys, you know, and that can be very justifiable.
That's what I was thinking, because unlike everybody else that said, you know, they believed that they run out of time or there was noise, so they panicked. That's why they didn't go downstairs. I don't believe that. I believe they knew them 2 girls were down there, and I believe that they just didn't have beef with them in their eyes. Whatever this was done for, they didn't see them other 2 as the cause of the problem or intervening in unrequited love or whatever. So they had no beef with them. That's why they didn't go down there or worry about them. Thank God.
Right. No, I very, 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 very possible. Yes.
Oh, damn.
Right. Let's see here.
You're right, love.
Thank you again, Brandy, my dear.
Abby.
Always thank you. This might just be about what they read at the
like Abby's protecting me.
It'll load for me here. Come on, load up. Let's see how long this takes now. Come on, load. Please. Load.
Loading. Keep the computer yeah, give it up, please. Remember, the 2 survivors didn't go to the same places the others went. Maybe that was a normal thing. So
that was only one.
But I consider the 4 up Ethan, Dana, Kaylee, and Madison more closer than the whole 6. I know they were close, all of them, but I feel there was more of a closeness between them 4, and they had very similar friend circle, whereas the other 2 downstairs, just my opinion, I feel although they were close to them, they still did their own things and had different friends. Possibly.
Very possible.
Just a theory.
Yes. Very possible. Very possible. This does not want to load for me. Come on. And I don't think I can click on a link in the chat like that. It won't let me do it. Damn it.
Hang on.
Let me close.
Well, that's the press release. That's that one. Hang on. Rolling. Oh, you've got that here. I've got it to load up. Is yours loaded?
No, go ahead. Mine won't load.
Okay, hang on.
Remember, you have to control it.
Me control things? I can't even get it together.
Pretend to control it. Yeah, I know, Stan. It's hard to believe they're still around.
Okay, here we go again. Why are we not sharing? Oh, there you go. All right. I'm turning my computer like somehow that I'm turning the screen like somehow that's going to make it easier for you guys to see it. Wow. Don't mind me, guys.
I blew it up as big as I could get it. Is there any kind of a video in it, or is it just something that you have to read?
No, it's just something you got to read. There's no video in it.
Oh, then you get to read it since it came from your computer.
Lucky me.
Go ahead and start. I'll be right back.
No problems. 2 roommates of slain University of Idaho students break silence in letters. 2 roommates who were inside the apartment house of the quadruple homicide near the University of Idaho said they are struggling to accept why their lives of 4 beautiful people were taken so brutally. The letters read aloud at a church vigil Friday. The roommates made public statements for the first time in the still unsolved slaying of Maddie, Kylie, Xana, and Canoodle's boyfriend, Ethan. Chapin and had been staying overnight at the home when the 4 were fatally stabbed in the early morning of November the 13th, authorities said. Roommate Bethany wrote that Morgan, would tell her that everything happens for a reason. Oh, God, that's my saying. But I'm having a really hard time trying to understand the reason for this. Another roommate, Dylan, said in a letter, and I'm purposely not saying their last names, said in a letter that the victims lit up any room they walked into and were gifts of this world. My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. Mortensen wrote, my people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy. Police in the rural college town of Moscow say Funk and Mortensen were on the first floor of the home just south of the University of Idaho, where the friends were all students, when a killer or killers attacked the other roommates. Police said the 4 victims were likely sleeping and all were stabbed multiple times with defensive wounds on some of the bodies. As the investigation enters its 4th week, frustration has grown among the victims' families and the wider community over why neither a suspect nor motive have been identified. The weapon, believed to be a large fixed blade knife, has not been found. Moscow police have had to walk back conflicting statements and dispel internet rumors as well, but insist the killings were a targeted attack. Excuse me. We remain consistent in our belief that this was indeed a targeted attack, but have not concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. I don't believe it was the residents. The Moscow Police Department said last week. Detectives are piecing together the final hours of the roommates' lives, with thousands of tips pouring in and requests for more videos from the neighbourhood to aid in the investigation. Several people who were seen interacting with the friends throughout the night, including a late-night food truck, have been cleared. Yeah, I find that strange. Funk and Mortensen, identified by police as two surviving roommates, are not believed to have been involved in the crime. Detectives said the two were asleep during the stabbings and that one of their cell phones was used to call 911 when they woke up later that morning on November the 13th. Mortensen, in her letter, said she would never forget her three roommates, nor Chapin, what she described as an older brother. I know it will be hard to not have the four of them in our lives, but I know Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee would want us to live life and be happy, Mortensen said, and they would want us to celebrate their lives. I believe that too, but I believe
I agree.
I believe I would still want the perpetrator found.
100%. I think that's it. Is that it?
That is it. Sorry, I was reading the comments down here.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, that had to have been rough too, Breezy. That Hunter had to handle that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Have a great one, Jen, and thanks for joining us today, hon. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks, Jen, sweetheart. Love you. Take care, darling.
Day 23. This is the first day where I feel confident of who's the man. Glad you're getting a little better feeling of it, Tony. I mean, like I said, we go at this until we come up with something that makes sense. And that's what we do, is we keep breaking it down, putting it back together, breaking it down, putting it back together, breaking it down, putting it back together. And eventually something has to come out of that. And I know it gets to be ridiculous sometimes, but at the same time, it's very interesting to find these things and to be able to put these things out and key. And the reason why I've been doing this so much is because I had heard a ways back that the family was getting nervous about this case going cold. And I don't want that to happen. So
no, neither do I.
Right. The more we talk about it, the hotter it stays. You know, if we talk,
Yep.
I know, you know, and I would be very disheartened if this goes cold, truthfully, because it's not right at all.
No.
So that's the main reason why I'm with this.
The family and their loved ones deserve to have this low life piece of work that's not even human, let's be honest, brought to justice.
Yeah, there's a special place in hell for this one, because this is just, this is beyond disgusting to me.
It is evil. And the sad part is, when they are found, not if, but when you are found, if you're listening, trust me when I say this, it'll be over the most smallest thing that you did this.
You're going to make a mistake.
You sad, pathetic piece of work that you did it when they were in bed. Says an awful lot about you, not them. And by the way, if you think this is going to satisfy you or that you win, you are so sadly mistaken, because this, I promise you, whoever you are, the whole four of these people will haunt you to the day you pass.
Amen to that.
Trust when I say that.
Amen to that one.
So please, now do yourself a favor and call the police or walk to the police station.
Just turn
and
yourself
be
in.
man enough or person enough or human enough to hand your pathetic self in.
Yeah.
And that's all I've got to say to you. Sorry.
That's that's her grandson and her dog, Squirrel.
Sorry, I
She
went
said,
on
I
a
just saw something
rampage.
move behind you, Lisa. It's alive. He's back there. He's a good boy. He's being quiet.
He's listening.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah, same thing I did at first. I seen that something move and I was like, wait a minute. Oh, okay.
I love. You right? You okay?
He's all done with his little nap, huh? Yes, mic
No
drop.
wonder back. Mic drop, please. Sorry.
No worries, Brandy. Welcome back, hon.
I am so sorry, Seabreeze and everybody else. I just got caught in that moment.
You don't need
Because
to apologize.
I have no doubt that the person that did this is watching half of this stuff. I have no doubt about that.
Well, I'm sure he's watching something that has absolutely to make sure that to see how close anybody's getting to who he is. That's
For sure.
You just basically you don't have to apologize because you vocalized everything that everybody in here is probably thinking. So that's all that was.
All right, T, sweetheart. You take care.
Thank you for joining us again.
Love you. Thanks for being here.
Yes, much love.
Sorry,
Right.
Spill. I didn't mean nobody's sneaking up behind me other than my dog and my grandson.
Yeah, Brady, definitely. Every little piece helps, hon. Every little thing helps. I told you, we put everything out on the table like a giant puzzle, and we just start to put the pieces together little by little. That's exactly how we do it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Oh, you come back.
Somebody's a Star Wars fan, just like me.
Oh no, he's more of a Minecraft fan. Everything's Minecraft, isn't it, Christopher?
Yeah.
You love your Minecraft, don't you?
Yeah, well, and I nearly have like 50,000 files.
My son loves that. He used to love that game too. I played it with him one time. It's kind of fun, actually. It can get you completely and totally involved in it when you start building things with it. It's crazy, but it's the game.
No. As soon as he comes home from school, he's straight on there and everything's Minecraft t-shirts, Minecraft pajamas, everything.
Yep. We know what we like, for sure.
Yep. That he does.
Again, I know most people don't usually do this, but I always throw it out there. If anybody has anything they want to add to this, any thoughts, opinions, if you want to tell somebody off, you want to yell at me, make fun of my haircut, my dyed beard, whatever you want to do, give us a call. 234-703-4047 and have a talk with us, please. Let us know how you feel.
Come and join us.
There's something there, Breezy. There is. It's just like I said, nothing of that person's is in the CAT system, and therefore they have nothing to run it by. He's never been in any trouble before. He's never had any kind of DNA before that was pulled for anything. Therefore, he's never
a major problem.
Right,
He's never
nothing
had a
like
major
that.
problem. Yeah.
And so therefore they have nothing to run it with. They can't find him that way. That's why I said this is the point where they need to start swabbing everybody. They need to start swabbing everybody and checking DNA for the entire campus, in my opinion, at this point now. That's pretty cool. I love that thing.
Yeah. You don't have to shake it. Well, come on. See?
And if they did that, they're going to start finding stuff, I'm telling you.
Yeah, trust me, buddy. They're coming for you. Not even buddy. You're inhuman.
Mm-hmm.
You're worse than an animal.
Yes. And I think he knew what he was doing. If it's who we're looking at, possibly, and he's not anywhere around. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to wait. It's going to be a waiting game, sadly. Unless they can find something to link to that specific person, it's going to be a waiting game.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to ever be at rest with this until something is popped on this, and that's who knows how long now, you know?
Yeah, please somebody jump up or call in.
Please do. Love to hear your voice.
Have your input, your say. We
Mhm.
don't bite.
Well, depends on how hungry I get, but usually I don't.
But we would love to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Anyone. Sure, you would love to hear somebody else's voice for a change too. Yes, it was helpful. Thanks, Miss Brandy.
Absolutely. I thought I'd answered that one, but sorry, hon, you may not have heard me.
Yeah, you did answer it.
It's all right. She didn't hear me. No big deal. It was definitely helpful, my dear.
But I probably talked over the top of you or something.
That's all right. You know, I hope Heather's okay. I know she said she got sick from her her older one got sick, and then she ended up getting it after the two had it. So I think I hope she's okay.
Yeah, me too.
Got anything like what I have, it's not fun. It hits pretty hard at first. Pretty hard. Right, and that's the thing. That's a big thing, Kim, because that house was the spot, and it's the spot in that area that everybody went to. So there's probably going to be millions of pieces of DNA in there that belong to people from all over that campus. You know what I mean? It's going to be very hard to match unless they have blood from somebody else. That would be a little difficult. You know, typically you're not going to have blood from people coming and hanging out at your house from a person, but you know,
sorry, I'm just reading the Moscow homicide update.
Right. Yeah, I was going to go to that next, but if you're reading it, that's good. Tony, I'm thinking that something's going to happen by the end of this week. But it's not going to be based on proof. Okay. It's going to be, well, I shouldn't say it like that. It's not going to be based on the person that did this. It's going to be based on substantial or circumstantial evidence, I think, that they're going to make a comment or bring forth something in regards to that is what I think is going to happen.
Mm.
It's bad, Breezy. When it hits you, it hits you. That's faux show. Nobody's calling us. Nobody wants to talk to us. I'm sad. I'm going to lay down my head and be sad now.
We don't bite, honestly.
It's okay.
We don't yell.
Oh, man, I got to figure out this. What am I going to do with this stupid truck? God. Why does this always happen to me? Always this shit happens to me. Every time. And it's so close to Christmas, too. That screws up so much stuff.
I do understand the feeling.
Every time.
And I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You know what, Squirrel? I have not. I have seen her in different places, but not in here. And I don't know if she thinks it's because she's not welcome here because of another place she was going. That's absolutely not true. Alice, 28 or 28.
Oh, no.
She's absolutely welcome in here, 100%. If I could find her, I would let her know that.
If the other places, and I'm not going to mention it because I don't have a problem with anybody. But if the other places where she's not there anymore either, got
I don't think so.
Removed because of the
I
whole.
love Alice. I agree, Squirrel. I love her. I wish she would come back.
Yeah,
but I think she might feel like she's not welcome because like I said, another situation, and that's absolutely not true because that other situation is not a situation anymore.
She's no longer there either, I can say.
Right. So therefore, she's more than welcome.
Yeah, because they thought that she was trying to put a narrative out for another case. That's it.
That's ridiculous.
Mm.
No, I'd love to get my hands on her.
Yes, I really loved it.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to her so I could let her know. Please, you're more than welcome to come in here, and no worries. So.
Mm.
I kind of explained a little bit to you that one time when we were messaging Squirrel, and it kind of all goes together, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's where we're at, Kim. That's well, not that situation, but yeah, because it's so close to Christmas. I'm gonna stress out, guys. Every time I start to get comfortable or something, everything's okay, and then kaboom, my head's gonna blow off the top of my shoulders one of these days.
Read back chat.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Forgot about that.
But I might go see myself and see if I can see.
Yeah, if anybody sees her, that's just ridiculous. Please let her know that she is extremely welcome and extremely missed in here, and has no worries whatsoever. If anybody sees her.
Yeah, please do. Chief Detective.
It's very possible, Tony. Very possible. You never know. It depends on what happens.
Yeah.
If that was the case and he was the suspect, I would love to see it. I'd be super excited about that. It sure is, Squirrel. It sure is.
Mm-hmm. Sadly, it's also full of power.
I'm sorry, Katie, I didn't get a chance to jump into that. I apologize. I've got a lot of things going on in my head today, so I wasn't even thinking. My apologies, Kitty. So sorry about that. I'll work you through it though. I agree, Breezy, 100%. Neither do a lot of people.
People deserve the respect that they give.
That's a fact.
And then more some.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't, see, this is what a lot of creators forget, that, and this is not any certain creator, guys. I've noticed it with a lot of channels. It is not how, like I said, people can run their channels their own way. But I have noticed when channels have started, because I've been there when they've started, but then I see them get bigger and bigger, and you watch how they start talking to their audience. Oh, you're and I won't even say the word because I do not like the word being used. To me, it's as good as swearing, or you're the S word a bit. And it drives me insane. You weren't that person when your channel was small. And the people you are abusing is what made your channel, that are not doing anything wrong other than differing their opinion from you, or giving you constructive criticism. If your ego and your head has got that big, then you shouldn't have an audience, because without them, you're not going to have a channel.
Yep.
So don't treat people like that, and don't forget where you started from. Never forget who makes your channel. Lisa, what happened to your dog? Nothing happened to my dog, honey. My dog was clipped. She's still here. She's clipped. Abby.
Yeah, I hope we can too, Kim, because I miss having Alice around. She's very sweet.
Yeah, come here.
It has been too, Squirrel. I'm glad you noticed that. It's been very weird and glitchy. Like for a while now. I've had problems with it too.
See, she's
Yeah.
been clipped. She had all her fur taken, so now she looks like a female again instead of a male.
She looks scared right now. Like, don't look at me. Don't look at me.
No, she's tired. She wants to look. Say hello. Say hello.
That's a pretty girl. Are you a pretty girl?
She's all girl now. When she has her long fur, she looks like a boy.
Yeah.
All right, you can go back to him. Okay.
She's a pretty girl. What breed is she?
A Maltese Shih Tzu.
That's right. You said that before. Yep.
Now you
Find
can
her.
go back.
Go find her, guys, and bring her back in here. We miss her.
Yeah, please do.
Let her know. Say Dago and the crew miss you. They said to come on back home.
And you know the sad thing is, here's another thing I'll say too. Creators that ban you or belittle you for having a difference of opinion or asking the question what they consider to be that word that I will not use. One, no question should ever be silly or whatever they want to call it.
Nope. I said this 100 times. The only silly question or dumb question is the one you don't ask, period. I don't care what
That's
anybody
right. That's right. And don't sit up there like you know everything. Two, you think just by saying that and belittling it's all right because it's just words in your chat. There is a human behind that.
That's right.
Who you have absolutely devastated or put a fear to God in them that they will not now interact with chat. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
There goes the Christmas tree.
Christmas tree down. Christmas tree down.
Or humiliated, too. You know, humiliation is a very strong emotion, as I've been saying for days, and can cause people to break down. It can cause a lot of emotional pain to people if you're humiliated by, you know, a certain specific person sometimes. Yes, Kitty, for the most part. That's true.
It also could be enough to push somebody over the edge. Being the fact that like I said, as you all know, I'm a counsellor. And you'd be surprised the smallest things, and it's not a small thing, it's because people have built up and built up and built up. So then somebody says something like that or treats them like that when they feel, you know, finally I can get on here and actually say something and speak in chat, because a lot of creators don't understand, although they say, oh, it's just a name and just words. There are people that it takes a long time for them to build up the courage to actually say something.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And then they want to attack them. And it is enough sometimes to push somebody over the edge.
Or God
you do not have that right. The way I see all creators, you have a duty of care to your audience, whether you like it or not.
That's a fact, Breezy. We'll do that, Kitty. We'll definitely do that. I am 100%. Yeah, it can cause a lot of problems. I mean, nobody is better than anybody, and to make people feel like you are, it's just a bad thing. And I've never supported that. People make mistakes, you know, especially out here. Like when you don't know everything about everybody and everybody's channels and the way somebody feels about something sometimes, things on. So, I mean, there's just so many different things that can happen. That's why everybody needs to be treated the same exact way, with respect, the same way you would want to be treated. That's why I've always done that with everybody that comes in here. You know, you don't have to apologize for being late or saying this or saying that. Well, thank you, Kim. I will check it out.
And we're all human. I don't see myself any better than anybody in chat old Joe.
No, and neither do I, truthfully. Neither do I.
No.
Nobody at all.
It's like somebody made somebody said something to me yesterday and said, I'm not like you. I don't have your confidence. And I will explain this. People might think I'm confident. I'm not as confident as you think I am. When I jump up here, it takes me a good probably 15, 20 minutes to calm my anxiety down. I literally push myself to do this. One, because I love it. Two, I love the interaction with everybody.
Right.
I'm fine one-on-one. That's why I was good with cancelling. I'm great one-on-one or one with two people, but crowds and putting myself in front of public, no.
Absolutely, because you don't know what. There's fear of judgment always. No matter whether we think we're going to be judged, we say it or not, there's always fear of some form of judgment from everybody. Welcome, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Yeah, we're still here from yesterday.
That's what tickled me.
We've been going for 29 and a half hours and 36 minutes.
Well, I worked out from the time that I was on with you yesterday to the time we finished. I was actually on here for 12 and a half hours at my computer. Believe it or not. That's what my daughter said.
No, we took a little break to sleep. You're right. Molly came back last night and said, "You're still here." Oh my God, that was a long one yesterday. Here's a quick little picture of Kim's dog. Everybody, she's a cutie. It's like an old one. She sent me just for the heck of it. I think she's adorable.
Oh wow!
Or he.
It's
an old,
beautiful.
It's an old puppy.
Is beautiful dog.
Very much so. Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. None of us are, Kim. Doesn't matter what you own, what you do for a living, what car you drive. It doesn't make you any better. Materialistic stuff doesn't make you any better than the person next to you. I'm sorry. I like to know the person, not what they own, not where they live, what kind of house they live in. And sadly, I think that's what everybody's forgotten.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. You see what Smoothie put up there? I love you. I love you.
We bow to you, Smoothie.
Yes. Queen of the Smoobs. Smoothie movie. No, that was good. That was funny. We know.
That's why we love you guys. Throw in a good joke.
He's a cutie, though.
We all poo and cry. No truer words ever spoken.
100%. We all cry the same tears and poo the same poo.
We all bleed the same color.
That's it. I bet you do. He's a cutie.
He's 13. Wow. Well, my Abby's 7. No, 8 now. Sorry.
My Oscar's 17.
I should, Skrill. I will have to do that, hun.
They're pretty funny, some of them. Most of them, actually.
I will have to do that. So nobody's going to call us now.
They never do. They don't like me. Maybe if I dropped off and did one of these deals, they'd call you.
No, don't be silly. Hang on, my computer's frozen, guys.
I'm back. Are you still there? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
Hang on, sorry, my computer froze. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Hold
sorry,
on.
my computer froze.
Can
It
you
just
hear
had a
me?
SPAC attack. Yes.
Okay, good. You're fine. Okay, got you back.
It had a SPAC attack because I went to Skrill's channel.
Oh, yeah, you usually can't do that when you're on StreamYard.
It spun out.
Mama Bear got her name back. That's awesome.
Hi, Mama Bear, darling. How are you, sweetheart?
I thought so too for a minute, movie. Stressing out. Healing.
Can you just excuse me for a minute, please?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would anybody like to buy the Dago guitars? I'll give them to you at a very nice price. Or you could buy a glass off of me. I'll write my name on it for you. Not that nobody would give a crap about that yet. Ever. I think we're going to cover. Oh, sorry, guys. I think we've covered all of that for today that we're going to cover. Yes, I will definitely, Kitty. What questions were you having, Kitty? Or problems, I should say. You're welcome to jump up here and talk about it real quick. I wish I knew Kim. I liked Black Dove. I haven't seen him for a long time. I think he kind of got ran off in a sense. Maybe not purposely, but something may have pushed him away, sadly. I liked he was very informative and very passionate about it, and I was very, respectable of him. Yes, I do have a Discord, Squirrel. I've been trying to tell you that, and I keep forgetting to. Where the hell is it? I've already got some people in there. I've had it up and running for a while now. It's my stupidity. Hold on a minute, hon. Where is it at? It's pretty much it. I don't really either, Kim. I'm getting the hang of it. It's called the TruCrime Cafe with me. I'm trying to find the link to put it in the chat for you guys. Brandy's in there. Yes, I agree. Breezy, I absolutely agree. Yes, I set it up a while ago. Back in November. It was all based on your recommendation, Squirrel, and I kept saying I wanted to put the link out, and I did get it to some people. And it came in. April's in here. Brandy. I didn't get to get it out to everybody. Right. I gotta put I gotta find the link for it to put it back in here. Where the hell is it? I put it on my community page, I thought, didn't I? Or did I not? Okay, so we can do a practice run then, Kitty. That's no problem. Well, do you want to try to jump up here with your camera and everything? That'd be a good practice. Yes, I do believe he was too. He was very, very respectful and polite.
Very sorry, guys.
You're okay. You are okay.
Not a problem.
Where is the link for this at?
Oh, Black Dove. Who bring up Black Dove? I haven't seen him for a while.
Couple people. That's what we were talking about.
I do know about that too.
He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I did too, Mama Bear. That's where I saw her too. And then I heard she was on salty stuff too, which, whatever. You know, I have no bones with that.
Who's that?
28 Alice.
Alice, yeah.
There's
I
one.
don't know. She never did anything wrong to me. She always treated me polite and
same to me.
Everything I seen of her in chat, I saw her.
Yeah, I enjoyed having her in here. I'll be honest
Yeah.
with you. I did. I enjoyed having her in here. Okay. How do I do this? Invite. I think I find it. Hold on a minute.
You think you found it?
I think.
George, I think he's got it.
Hold on, Squirrel and anybody else. I'm going to try to put this link in chat here real quick. This is for the Discord. And again, you don't have to join it if you don't want to. If you have any problems with it, we can walk you through how to work it. For the most part, it's pretty simple. It's kind of self-explanatory. It just gives you the option to, we can kind of text privately between ourselves and keep in touch in different ways. So,
What have you got playing? What
that is
plays?
that's my wife's clock.
Okay, yeah. My daughter has a bear that plays. Does the same thing. It will say what the date is, how many days before Christmas, and then sings a.
One
That'll
second.
be your phone.
So loud. Hello.
I don't know. So maybe I have no idea where she went. I would guess she would still be around on YouTube somewhere. Kim.
1 second, I'm right back.
You're right. Salty is a guy that has a channel called Salty Pancakes that started with Dylan Round's case. Not that I watch it. Okay, Vicky, thank you for the update. Yes, I was singing that too, Kim. Thank you. Christmas carols. This is by far the biggest case I've ever worked. The most victims, the most possible suspects, most details. Took me 23 days to arrive at a conclusion, and I still have shreds of uncertainty. Yeah, me too, Tony. I'm the same. Although I'm on here when I get off, I then pull it all apart again. And like I said, I've got to write everything down and go through everything and every possible scenario and all the rest of it. It's one of them cases that really gets you hooked. And as I said, none of us really know. The only person that knows is the person that did it. And of course, the victims who are no longer here to say, sadly. I can't help you, Miss Brandy. I didn't even know Joe had a Discord. You're welcome, Kim. No worries, Kitty. That'd be great.
All right. I'm back.
No, Kim, it's salty pancakes, not salty popcorn. But I can see.
Yes, it was salty pancakes. That's where
Yeah.
I had seen her. Sorry, guys. I'm back to what I was doing.
You're lost in the case now, Kitty?
Yes. We are all lost in it.
Yeah, I think we're all lost in it. You're right. There are, a few scenarios and a few variables, but like I said, looking at it with common sense. Looking at it with common sense, the new car is what gets me, and the fact that she was only just come back and moved out.
Let's see. There's a link. There's a link for the Discord right there. See if that works. If you guys can get it. Wait, did I put the whole thing in? No, I didn't. Oh, I'm so irritated with myself. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
4-digit number. Oh, did you guys find it?
Riddles now. Read between the lines. Yeah, I tried Discord once. I just can't. I'm already consumed a lot. Like I said, I spent 12.5 hours on the computer yesterday. And then I still have some clients that I do cancel, which is done by phone or by computer, unless they really need me to go to them, which consumes a lot of my time as well as horses and everything else. So me doing Discord and all the rest of it, I just can't at this point. Sorry.
I understand.
Hey, Red.
What's up, Red?
Good to see you, Red.
All right, let me try this one now. All right, there's the full thing there. Try that link and see if that works. We need the 4-digit code at the end of your username. See, I don't even know how to use this yet. I'm working on learning myself.
Seabree says she has Smarties, Joe.
You have Smarties. I'm jealous. Dang it. That's the end of my username.
All right, Kitty. You take care, sweetheart, and look after yourself.
Okay, hon. I'll get a hold of you. We'll make things happen. I don't see that. How did everybody else get in here?
Oh, okay, Red.
Been here for hours, huh?
Just
listening. Creeping.
Have you been here since yesterday? I mean, we haven't slept yet.
All right, Molly got it to work. Good deal. All right, try that link then, guys. The bottom one.
And Molly comes to the rescue.
Yes. Who wants to buy these guitars, guys? Somebody buy these off me.
Thanks, Kitty. Will do, love. Take care until we see you tomorrow, probably.
Yes, Kitty. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Love you, sweetheart.
And I will talk to you soon, too. Oh, my God. The note. Oh, well, thanks for being here, Red. Either way.
Yep.
I appreciate you.
That's
I'm
good,
surprised you
Kitty.
didn't say anything.
Looking forward to speaking to you tomorrow.
Absolutely, Kitty. Always a pleasure. You got it, Kim? Good deal.
Honestly, when I say you all mean a lot to me, I sincerely mean that. I don't just say that.
No, I think they all know how important they are to us. At least I hope they do.
Yes, I hope you will do.
About time for another cup of coffee. That's coming
Like I
up.
said, yeah, my daughter made this one. Spoiled.
So what are you having for dinner? Wait, what time is it there, Lisa? It's at
It
nighttime.
is. No, it's 8:05 in the morning.
Oh shit, I keep getting backwards on. That's right. So
Yes.
it's definitely not dinner time.
No, it's
I was gonna
breakfast
say, what are
time.
you having for dinner?
Nope, it's breakfast time, hun.
Do you have any dinner plans for this evening?
No, told you I very rarely eat because of my face.
Mama Brandy's
So-
dancing. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She was dancing on here from day one. Oh man, I don't even know how to use it either, guys. I'm trying to get used to it.
Kim's got it. Squirrel said
Squirrel
done.
got it. Okay, yeah, and that was, like I said, that was on Squirrel's recommendation, guys. And I went into it like a couple days after that and started playing with it, and I had April and Brandy and a few others jumped in it, and then I forgot about it, honestly, till you said that again today, Squirrel. I forgot I even had it. Now I can't find the damn. There it is.
That I agree with, Red. I do the same. I'll sit in the background and just listen.
Snuck in the
I
back
very
door.
rarely comment on quite a lot of channels,
There's Miss
actually.
Molly. Schmooby's in here. Mama Bear. You did it. Okay. The gang's all here. Most of you guys are here. Yeah, it's really, Lisa, it's just like a
Right.
like a messaging thing for us to talk in between. You know what I mean?
Here, can I just read something for you?
I want you to.
If you all don't mind. Speaking about that, Red, about listening. Here you go, people. This is part of a counselling
got you,
course
Red.
and whatnot, which is, this is what a lot of people fail to do. So I'll read this to you all. It's called listening. When I ask you to listen to me and you start giving me advice, you have not done what I asked. When I ask you to listen to me and you begin to tell me why I shouldn't feel that way, you are trampling on my feelings. When I ask you to listen to me and you feel you have to do something to solve my problem, you have failed me, strange as that might seem. Listen. All I asked was that you listen, not talk or do, just hear me. I am not helpless, maybe discouraged and faltering, but not helpless. When you do something for me that I can and need to do for myself, you contribute to my fear and weakness. But when you accept as a simple fact that I do feel what I feel, no matter how irrational, then I can quit trying to convince you and get about the business of understanding what's behind the irrational feeling. When that's clear, the answers are obvious, and I don't need advice. Irrational feelings make sense when we understand what's behind them. So please listen and hear me. And if you want to talk, wait a minute for your turn, and I will listen to you.
Well, that was quite interesting. I enjoyed that.
Because that's what a lot of people fail to do. Somebody will
That's a
start
fact.
speaking and they'll go, oh my God, oh, I'll do this for you. How about you do that, rather than hear the whole thing? And most people can sort their own problems out if
Mhm.
you sit there and you learn how to listen to somebody.
Mhm.
They usually work it out themselves.
That's right. 'Tis a fact.
Mm-hmm.
It is a fact, guys.
His phone will be beeping consistently now.
I will try to keep that on a DL or keep it down. All right, I have it turned down now because it's going. People are talking left and right in there. So, oh, somebody sent me a gift, Kim. It's coming in the mail. Since you said Snoop Dogg, you guys have seen the Elf on a Shelf, right?
Yep.
As a joke, somebody sent me something called, my wife every year, well, I don't know about this year now because of this situation, but every year she usually has, it's like an ornament or a ornament / ugly sweater party. And like our family usually shows up, they wear these ugly sweaters and everybody brings like an ornament that's under $5 and we all swap out these ornaments and fight to get the one we want. Okay. And so we were looking for ornaments and posted on a thing that we had wanted this thing she saw. So somebody sent it to us, one of our friends in the family. Ouch. And it's called, instead of Elf on a Shelf, it's called Snoop on a Stoop. And it's a little Elf on a Shelf doll that looks like Snoop Dogg. And he's got a little thing hanging out of his mouth. And I'm thinking, my God, what are we going to do with this thing? And she's like, it's going to go in the ornament party and somebody's going to snatch it from us right away. You know that. And I said, probably. So that's where it's going.
Wow. Yeah, I'd snatch that. Sorry.
Snoop Suwak. Yep.
I'll see Molly wants one too. Me too, Molly.
When we get it, I'll show it to you guys. I was surprised. I'm like, that's pretty wild looking. My mother's got one of the Elf on a Shelf things. She does weird shit with it. She'll send me pictures of it, like staring at me and pointing and waving. And it's like, don't be doing that. You're creeping me out.
We used to, when my mum was alive, before she had Alzheimer's, somebody give her this from work, this ugly cat ornament. So it ended up, my brother hid it on her when he fixed her computer. He put it on the side of the computer and then Mum found it. So then it started a thing that she hid it in his car. So he ended up home with it. So then it went back and forwards like that for many, many years. And to let the other person know that they had it, they would ring them up and go, meow, meow, and then hang up. So that you know you had the cat somewhere, it was planted on you or in your house. So you had to find it and then palm it off on somebody else.
Interesting.
Really easy. I used to love doing that. I tried starting it with my brother-in-law. He's got a Jeep, so I've put this skeleton in the Jeep in a child's bouncer, jolly jumper, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And I hung it in the middle of his Jeep, and it's still sitting there. It didn't quite work out to plan, so now I've got to come up with something else to hide in his car. I keep telling him I'm going to bury him under a fence post. I love my son-in-law. Kim's ordering one. Look what you've started. Oh dear.
Right now, and Karen, we know you've been.
Good Lord. There's a mobile home park in Novi. I guess it's in Michigan.
Yeah.
There's multiple mobile homes on fire. I mean, this whole park is on fire, guys. It's crazy.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, there's smoke coming. I was just glancing through the news and stuff, and
Oh no, that's horrible.
all the smoke and all these fires won't care.
Oh wow, that's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I hope everyone
people.
this time of year too. My God.
Yeah.
Novi, Michigan.
Kill families, and I hope that
Wow.
they still can somehow get this.
I hope this wasn't arson.
How many people were impacted, how many people were living in this home, but we are so thankful to hear that everyone is safe. The fire chief told us that they are putting some people in touch with the Salvation Army, and there are also some hotels that partner with the fire department to make sure they have a warm place to be. But I want to point out something else to prove just how difficult firefighters' jobs are. They have us taped off here pretty far because the water that they're using to put out the fires is now black ice. So a very dangerous scene, but again,
Squirrel.
Firefighters are working to make sure no one else gets hurt or no other homes catch on fire.
That's okay, Red. Don't worry about it, brother.
Firefighters setting, like you never want to see this anytime.
Don't worry about it, Brandy, please.
Especially difficult here at the holidays, fighting in the Salvation Army and hotels. You're stepping up to help. Thank you.
I'm just saying prayers for those people. That's sad. Right before Christmas, that's horrifying.
Yep. Poor people.
I'm gonna kick your butt, squirrel. That's even creepier. Or whoever that is, Molly. Which one of you guys did that? Nope, that little one freaks me out. Even as cute as it sounds, with them damn eyeballs. They're sending me stuff like this, Lisa.
Okay, yep. No, not again. Not again. I'm still recovering from the other day.
I didn't recover from it. That's the problem. They both did at the same time.
I couldn't sleep every time I laid down. I was like, because every time I talk about it, I will guarantee you one will turn up.
Listen, after that last time, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That last time we were doing that, I went in my kitchen. There was one in the corner of the ceiling, and it was a wolf spider about that big. I was so pissed off. So pissed off. I was like, you guys are killing me with these damn spider things.
Yep, we found one out the back on the back porch, and I'm like, see, told you.
And I love you as well, Molly.
Yep, we love you dearly, Molly. Jumping spiders are cute. No, Red, no spider is cute. Not in my eyes, anyway.
No. Spiders are the devil.
They're funny. I bet they laugh at me when they jump towards me and I run and scream.
One of the highest.
What I want to know is,
resigns less than a year on the job.
Riddle me this.
Mary O'Connor.
I had a huntsman on the outside of my car, and I was doing 120 Ks. How did that huntsman hang on while I was doing 120 Ks? It's like it was just hanging on the side of my car while the breeze was blowing through its fur. Why don't they just fly off?
There's nothing cute about any kind of spider at all.
You're on your own with that.
Nothing at all.
No.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go drown my head in the toilet. So thank you all for joining me today. What I do? You're a funny girl. You know what you did.
Yep. Thank you all for being here. Thank you once again for having me, Joe.
You're not cute, They're scary. They look human. That's creepy.
I might do a live later on today or this morning.
No, Seabreeze.
Yep, stop. Super huntsmans. All right, that's me. I'm out. Love each and every one of you. Please take care. Have a beautiful rest of the afternoon, evening where you guys are.
All right, meatballs. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Sweet dreams to everybody.
As always, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been another great day with you.
Happy to always do so.
I hope you have a great day with your
office. She was sworn in.
Grandchildren, and son. Sorry.
Give my love to your wife, please, and your children.
I always do. I will. You
And
guys have
to
a great
you
rest
all.
of your day.
Yep.
I will.
Remember, I love each and every one of you. Bye, guys.
Yes, as do I. Don't forget, guys. Keep on being who you are. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Because that's all we got, guys. And I'm not sure when, if nothing else, tomorrow, of course, in the morning or early afternoon. But I'm gonna go try to figure out my life. I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a great one, guys, and I will see you all soon. Love you. Bye-bye. Boom.